There we go. Okay, how's the sizing? It is very cut off at the sides. How about if I do this? Yeah, there we go. And then like that and up. Oh. There's a lot cut off on the side. Smaller. Like right. I can make it a little bit smaller. And we'll do like right. Trying to do like even cut off on either side. Which isn't a whole lot. Okay. That should be good. Okay. Continue. And we are the 30th right here. Bacardi is playing No Man's Sky. You got a tip for me? Just the tip? So if I remember correctly, we just did like a whole past chapter. And now we're at Kaine's place, and I think he's like coming home from work. Oh, see, I do that, and it'll actually mess up a lot of stuff. I don't know what's up with my OBS, but if I tell it to full screen captures, it fucks up everything. I mean, I usually have my capture set to close to what the window already is, and it's just like everything's a little bit different as far as its like size in the game. This I do believe I have set at a little bit smaller than 1920 1080. And to be honest, the square for this overlay, the square for every overlay I've used thus far, with the exception of the first one was like perfectly square. This one's a bit stretched. I had to stretch it a bit. So I have to like finagle it. And it was the same with my last overlay. But the overlay is so pretty, I can't help it. Okay. Yeah, Kaine's just getting back from work, and we're in the present now. All right. It was around 6 p.m. when Kaine got back from work, just like he'd said on the note he'd affixed to the fridge, or to his fridge. Kaine looked weary after he spent his day in the office, and his skin was uncommonly sallow, his eyes underscored with bags. Kaine looked so rough, Noah couldn't suppress a flicker of worry for his childhood friend. And he always tells me to take care of myself. He should look in the mirror before he starts coming out like with all that. Noah tried to keep his voice even, however, smooth and unbothered when he spoke to Kaine. Busy day? When isn't it? Kaine sighed as he slipped off his shoes at the front door. Thank God we take our shoes off at the front door. I do that too. I don't like walking around my house with shoes on. I can't say I've been sleeping very well lately, so that doesn't help. I can tell. You look, not to be an ass, but you look like a mess. Well, it's unlike you to compliment me so much. Kaine chuckled and Noah sighed. I don't need to flatter your ego. We've known each other long enough. We have, yeah. But white lies exist for a reason. Do you want me to tell you that you look like a fashion model then? Could you? Honestly, that'd make me feel a lot better. Whatever Kaine wants, I would fucking tell him. Fine, you look runway ready. Honestly, you ought to get more sleep. It'll do you wonders. Says you. Kaine snorted. You're such a hypocrite. And it's your fault, you know. Last night was so rough. Why? Because you had to sleep on the couch? I did say you could use the bed. No, not that. My couch is pretty comfortable, actually. I can tell just by looking at it. Kaine's job must be pretty good. He definitely makes a lot of money. Reminder that Kaine apparently works like some kind of government job. And also a reminder that he apparently could fall into dreams. We learned that. And I still think it was like before Noah ever did it for the first time, so curious. It was harder to sleep is all, because I was so busy worrying. I swear, if I get early wrinkles, I'm going to cry. What exactly were you worrying about? About you, of course. Oh. Well, maybe I should have expected that. He's always fussing about me. You don't need to worry, you know. I'm fine. I'd like to think so. You look a bit better than usual, at least. Thanks. You look worse. Something weird is going on, and I hate having to leave you here alone. I know I'm probably being paranoid here, but... I mean, I understand, but I feel fine. I don't really feel like I'm in danger. People often don't feel bad, or feel... People often don't before bad things happen to them. What the hell was I getting the word feel? That wasn't in the sentence at all. Noah frowned. He thought, once again, of the news report, which he heard a few hours ago. Did Kaine know about Luca? Oh right, Luca died. That weird asshole from our past. How could he approach the subject, though? What was the most natural way to bring it up? Oh, that reminds me. Hold on. Hold the phone. Hold the phone. Let me get my Steam guide up. I'm not gonna fuck this up now. Dreambound. Down here. Okay. There we go. Whew. It's like my little baby blanket, my comfort blanket. I need my guide up. Perhaps there was no natural way to let it slip that a mutual acquaintance had recently died. It wasn't the sort of thing Noah had much experience in. Though, if these murders keep continuing as they have, I'm sure I'll get better at it. I'm also going to up the background or the desktop audio, because this game could get a little quiet until it gets loud. I'm sure I'll get better at it. Like most things in life, it just requires a bit of practice. I'm not sure if you heard already, but Luca, he died. Noah surveyed Kaine intently, scrutinizing every subtle shift in his expression. He was unsure what exactly he was expecting, but... Oh, right. Luca, huh? Well, I'd rather that it's him, not you. Detached indifference wasn't it. Kaine didn't look even a little bit shocked by this news. It was almost as though he'd been waiting for it. Did he know already? Well, I mean, same, but that's not really the point. Did you already know about it? Kaine nodded. Yeah, I did. An article about it came up when I was in the office. Alien dance? You alien dancing in my chat, Ace? Weird that it shows up as the words alien dance in my, like, OBS chat, but in OBS itself, I actually see the alien dance. Yeah, I did. An article about it came up when I was in the office. Yeah, I'm just saying the words alien dance, alien dance, alien dance, alien dance. But if I look up an OBS, I actually see the emote. It's so strange. Dancing alien. That was me and Zap. In the Bitter Silver demo. We were dancing aliens. Right. Well, that would explain his lack of a reaction. I'm not telling him anything he doesn't know already. And, what do you think about it? Do you want me to think anything about it in particular? I don't know. I thought you might have an opinion, that's all. I mean, we did go to school with the guy. You want my opinion? Kaine's expression hardened. I think the guy was an asshole, and it couldn't have happened to a better person. Kaine holds grudges. I don't blame him. Really? That doesn't sound like Kaine at all. Every word. That guy was a dick, Noah. Didn't he harass you when you were... Or didn't he harass you when we were back at school? That's true. The guy was a manipulative jackass all over. And that feels like something of an understatement. But I don't know if he deserved to die. Maybe he does. I just don't know. I never said anything about him deserving it. I'm sure there are some people out there who will be upset about it. But I can't count myself among them. That's all. I'm not going to act all cut up about the plight of some guy I haven't spoken to in years, who went out of his way to be an asshole to my best friend. That's all there is to it. Well, I guess that does make sense. Why would Kaine be upset about this? It's not like he and Luca were close. I wonder why this is bothering you so much. Probably that journal we found hidden behind the couch with all the victims' names on it, including ones that weren't dead yet. Until we found out that Luca was in fact dead. Mr. Lloyd's name was in that book too, so I'm like... I kind of don't want Mr. Lloyd to die though. I don't feel like he deserves it. I feel like he was just backed into a corner. And it's like, it wasn't great what he did, but, you know, when shitty rich people kind of have their hands around your throat, you can't really do much about it. I wonder why this is bothering me so much. Right, I get it. I only brought it up because I thought it was strange. Otherwise, I'd say fuck the guy. Strange how? Luca's related to me, just like Sebastian. Noah swallowed. And my parents. Well, you're not wrong about that. It's definitely not looking good. I mean, you do kind of seem to be in the middle of this, yeah. You're telling me. I thought Luca might have been a target after I heard about Sebastian. It would fit the pattern, I suppose. Or the supposed pattern. It happened very suddenly, though. The killer didn't even give it 1 day before they struck again. Whoever they are, they're not exercising very much restraint. Do you think they're maybe just impulsive or reckless? Reckless or in a hurry, who knows? If they're killing people in their dreams, maybe they're worried there's a time limit on those powers. So you think they're trying to get rid of their victims as quickly as possible while they still have the chance? It could be. It's hard to say for sure. I'm just guessing. Well, you were right about Luca. You're not bad at making guesses. I've always been pretty good at problem solving. All right, Mr. Golden Child, give me a break. Kaine smiled, though the tiredness in his eyes stayed. There's my idea gone, though. I wonder who will be next. Noah frowned. He steepled his fingers together and furrowed his brow in thought, his expression pensive. He'd never missed Luca, but it made him think of someone else. I wonder how Rosamie will feel about this. Noah mumbled this more to himself than to Kaine, but Kaine overheard regardless. What about Rosamie? Don't tell me you're worrying about her too. I swear, you think of everyone except for yourself. She was kind of there for me in the end after August. I wouldn't say we were friends exactly, but she didn't get along with Luca at all either, but they are siblings. Or were, rather. I guess, living with Luca must have been tough. Noah's voice trailed off. He didn't want to think about what Luca might have been capable of. He manipulated me for months, the little shit, and I could tell he enjoyed every single moment of it. But would he really do that to his own sister? Probably. I'd like to believe that even Luca has standards, but who knows with that guy? It would have been tough for her back then, but there's not much use worrying about her now. She probably doesn't even know about the Luca thing. I mean, she's been missing for years. Holy shit, I didn't know she's been missing. Did we know that? What? Also, just realized, get rid of my pinned message here. There we go. Noah stared at Kaine, momentarily dumbstruck by this revelation. Okay, we did not know, But also, doesn't surprise me. Noah has been very much in his own head. Rosemi went missing? Since when? Kaine pondered, his arms folded. She stopped coming to school around the same time as you did. It caused a bit of a stir at the time, with her being such a model student. Her parents sent the police out looking for her. It was all over the news. Shush, cat. Shush. Shush. Quiet. Can we be quiet now? Okay. Months went by, but she never showed up. I don't think she was ever found. Shut up! I'm reading here. As far as anybody knows, she ran away from home. Maybe she had too much of Luca after all. Or maybe she had. Did I read that right? Is my brain just stupid? All the way at the bottom? Bottom? There we go. Maybe she had too much of Luca. Okay, I did read that right. My brain thought there might have been an extra had. Like, she had too much of Luca. But 'twas not the case. I'm delusional. Kaine smiled at Noah lopsidedly, perhaps hoping this joke would ease his frazzled nerves. It didn't. If anything, Noah felt even more on edge. Wait, she said something like that to me, that she was running away, but I thought she would have gotten back in contact with her family at some point. Or at least left a note? You said she still hasn't been found? Not as far as I know. At this point, it's been 6 years. If she was ever going to show up, I think she would have done it by now. What if she's the killer? That feels like just like pulling out straws. Could she have been killed? The ease with which Kaine said the word was alarming. He sounded so unconcerned about Rosemi. It made Noah's stomach churn. But why would Kaine care about her? He was never close to Rosemi. What's sin planning? Well, what sin does best. Collect sins. I know your lore is like collecting sins, but I always just imagine you just like eating sins, just like nom nom. Ooh, some murder? Delicious. With a hint of citrus. I don't know if they ever even spoke. All of these years, I never even thought about her. She ran away, and then I just forgot she existed. It's been 6 years. What the hell? She might have been, I guess, but her parents had the police do a pretty thorough search. They scoured the mountains and all the rivers, too. Nothing turned up. They didn't find a trace of Rosemi. She told you she was gonna run away, and you didn't tell anyone? It's just a very, like, metal image in my head to, like you see somebody's sin kind of clinging to them, and you just, like, quick as lightning, reach out, grab it, and then just, like, put it in your mouth and eat it. For anybody without context, Sin's lore, Sin's character lore, is that they are a collector of other people's sins. I was only concerned with myself back then, and I still am. What is pressure? You're saying play pressure. What is pressure? I've never heard of that. And I ran away not long after her, so no, I didn't tell anyone. For some reason, I thought she wouldn't really do it. It just didn't seem like her. She always acted like the perfect daughter. People are capable of doing all sorts of things, especially when they feel overwhelmed or trapped or, I don't know, backed into a corner. Do you think Rosemi felt trapped? I have no clue. I couldn't tell you. I didn't know her well enough. I hope she managed to get far away and just decided to go no contact rather than... God. 6 years? Has it really been that long? How did I never hear about this? Did anyone else know? The whole town knew... Yeah, the whole town knew about it. It was a big thing. 2 teenagers disappeared nearly the exact same day. Of course, people talked about both of you. You knew she ran away, so why are you acting so angry about it? I don't know. I just feel like you could have told me. Would you have cared? Well, Look, Noah, I'm sorry if this sounds harsh, but you were in a bad way back then. You had enough problems of your own to deal with, without all of this shit with Rosemi to worry about. He's not wrong. You know how people are like fangirling over this anglerfish mutant called Sebastian? No, I don't know. What? Huh? Anglerfish? Mutant Sebastian? What on earth? I'm just gonna say anglerfish Sebastian. Nope, that doesn't help me at all. What are you talking about? It's just like a shop dude from Doors, but in Pressure. I know you're trying to like clear this up, but I'm getting more confused. Pressure is a new version of Doors. Is Pressure a game? Pressure game? Is a Roblox multiplayer horror game? Is that what it is? Oh, yeah. It looks like... Is Roblox Pressure better than Doors? Oh. Gotcha. I don't play Roblox at all. I know a lot of people are these days. Oddly enough, it's got its like renaissance happening. Gotcha, gotcha. Suddenly it makes sense. I didn't think you needed to know. Hell, I didn't think you'd even care. I didn't know you were close. It's just weird, I guess, hearing that no one was ever able to get back in contact with her. It's my first time playing. I've been dragged into this. Well, good luck with that. I thought somebody would have said something. I'm saying something now. 6 years later. Well, you never asked about her. It's a hell of a topic to bring up out of the blue, too. How exactly did you think I was going to work it into casual conversation? Hey, Noah, I've dropped by with some leftovers. Make sure you remember to eat and to shower and to stay hydrated. Oh, and by the way, do you remember Rosemi Bellworth? Yeah, she went missing 6 years ago, and we still don't know where she is. Okay, that'll be everything. Have a good day. Yes, I'm already dead. Noah fell silent. He looked at his lap, his lips pressed into a line. Honestly, I feel for Kaine here. It's like Kaine's kind of just giving it to Noah straight. Like, bro, you were all in your head. You were in a terrible place. You didn't really think about anyone outside yourself and your suffering, which, hey, I'm not going to knock you for that. You were feeling the grief. You were having a terrible time. But yeah, I mean, you were not in the headspace to learn about somebody else's problems. And Kaine was not obligated to tell you, especially when he didn't know that you two had any sort of closeness. So like, yeah, you don't really have a right to be angry right now. You never asked about anybody else. You never looked up anybody else. So, this is kind of on you. Then, quietly, he mumbled, well, you don't have to be a dick about it. I'm not being a dick. I'm being practical. There would have been no point in worrying you about this. I knew it'd only make you feel bad, and it has. It's making me wonder whether you're in the right frame of mind to keep looking into this case, if this stuff has shaken you so much. I don't want you worrying yourself into an early grave, not over people you barely knew. I don't need to know them to care about them. It's common decency. It's not like I'm distraught about this either. It's a lot to process, that's all. Need me to check Discord? Okay. What are y'all doing on here? Oh, that's stream alerts. I'll just clear that out. I was trying to catch up on the characters. Hey, it's me! Oh, was that the first video that popped up? I'm famous now. Actually, now I'm curious. I'm gonna Google the same thing you did. What was it? Kaine Dreambound? Hey, my VOD is the first thing that pops up. Yay me. I'm making it big. I'm gonna be a star in Hollywood. Yeah, fucking right. Okay. If I seem shaken, it's because this is a stressful situation. People are dying, Kaine. Of course I'm worried. I wish you wouldn't. It's not good for you. Yes, well, I do a lot of things that aren't good for me. What's one more to add to the pile? I feel like that's all the more reason why you shouldn't get involved. But you already said that you'd help me. You aren't going to back out on your word, are you? If I do, it'll be for your own good. I worry about you. I know you worry about me, but I'm more worried about all these people who keep dying. I can't sit around and do nothing. That might be a bit hypocritical coming from me, given I spent years of my life sitting around and doing nothing. Okay, damn it, I'm about to make a name for myself out here, moment. No. But it's not too late to change it. Surely Kaine should be happy that I'm so motivated. He would under different circumstances. You are a very worrisome person, Noah. I don't know why you don't realize this. For a few moments, Kaine fell silent. Then, with a sigh, he relented. All right. You have a point. You're so lucky Kaine is just a very communicative person who, like, relents to your bullshit. I did say that I'd help you, and I don't want to let you down. That'd be pretty scummy of me, and I think you've been let down enough already. Just give me some time, alright, to get the rest of my work done. I just need a few days, that's all. Right, he did mention that. That was before Luca died, though. It seems a bit careless putting things off when lives are on the line. But I guess that's easy for me to say. I don't have a job. Alright, I'll give you that much, as long as you promise you won't try and talk me out of this. Believe me, I'd like to. I know you well enough, though, to know that that would be a waste of time. You're incredibly stubborn. If anybody else had told Noah this, he would have bristled indignantly in response. There was nothing particularly complimentary about being called stubborn, but when it came from Kaine, Noah knew he meant it as a compliment. The ensuing week passed surprisingly quickly. Kaine went to work in the mornings, leaving Noah to his own devices during that day. And honestly, I think they really needed to have that talk. Somewhat argument. Yeah, it was a little bit of an argument, but it was mostly like a kind of like a harsh talk. And I think they needed that, so I'm glad we cleared the air there. To his own devices during the day. While Kaine worked in the office, Noah curled up on Kaine's couch, or on his balcony. Kaine had been right. The view was spectacular. Flipping through Kaine's books, or doodling in his sketchbook. Noah's doodles were messy, unfinished things, owing to years being spent being unable to put a pencil to paper, but they were better than nothing. It was easier to draw in Kaine's apartment than it had been in his own. Maybe the change of pace had helped. Imagine that. Noah hadn't been able to craft anything as intricate as the paintings he did after returning from Dreams, but he could feel his passion returning, bit by bit. Kaine finished up his work in the office and was able to get a full week's worth of vacation, just as he had promised. Noah, meanwhile, finally mustered up with the courage to call Asher. He still needs to call What's-Her-Nuts, too. The call was a clipped, perfunctory? Perfunctory. I'm gonna go perfunctory. I think. Perfunctory affair, as most of Noah's conversations with Asher tended to be. Asher sounded surprised that Noah had called him at all. It was almost as though he had forgotten the text he had sent him, and maybe he had. Noah had to wonder whether Asher hadn't sent it while he... Noah had to wonder whether Asher hadn't sent it while he had been drunk. He had never taken Asher to be the sort who drank, but he hadn't taken Asher to be the sort to fail his classes either. Asher didn't sound pleased to hear Noah's voice, but he agreed to Noah's visit regardless. I guess you might as well come over. There's a lot of shit I need to sort out for the funeral. Having it around the house might be helpful. As long as you don't spend your time holed up in your room like you did after August bit the bullet. God, you were miserable back then. It was unbearable. That bastard. Asher's words were callous enough to ignite all of Noah's old feelings of resentment towards his brother. He had hoped, after meeting Asher in his dream, his brother might have changed. Evidently, he had been deluding himself. Listen, it's not going to, fix itself overnight. You guys gotta work at it. And now that your toxic-ass, problematic parents aren't alive anymore, maybe you can fix things. Here's hoping. Kaine had been right. Expecting anything of Asher other than vitriol would be setting himself up for disappointment. Oh, I need chapstick. There we go. Noah inhaled deeply in an attempt to steady himself. Then his fingers curled around his phone. He muttered, "Well, it's your lucky day. I don't give a shit about mom and dad, so I'm not going to start bawling my eyes out about them. You don't have to worry about a thing." Wow, how cold. If they were buried already, I bet our parents would be turning in their graves hearing you say shit like that. Were you always this brutal? I don't know. Maybe I learned it from you. Shut up, cat. Me and my brother are having a tense conversation. Shush. Okay. If only you could have learned how to be a responsible adult for me too. Says the guy who's failing his classes, not paying his rent. Okay. Sure, Asher. Sure. That's exactly what I just said. Yep. Ha, that's funny coming from a guy who keeps forgetting to pay his rent. Even me, real life me, who struggles to pay any of my bills, even I manage to do that, if just fucking barely. And a lot of the time, relying on my parents to give me whatever money they can spare. Which is sad, and I hate taking their money. But sometimes you gotta pay your bills. Or sometimes, you always gotta pay your bills. I mean, right now, I'm I have a negative balance, but I expected that. I get paid in 2 days? What is it, Tuesday? Yeah, I get paid in 2 days, so it's I can deal with a negative balance. I don't like it. It looks like caca, but, whatever. Having negative balances is what being a millennial is all about, I guess. I guess Asher doesn't remember that conversation. If I brought it up now, I bet it'd really fuck him up. But there's no point antagonizing him. I haven't even seen him yet, and we're already arguing. Maybe this really was a bad idea. I would have appreciated it, if you'd called a little earlier, after mom and dad croaked. I've been trying to sort all this shit out, all on my own, for the last week. You could have taken more of an interest. They were your parents, too. They were shit, is what they were. They don't deserve my attention. I didn't think you'd want me to take an interest. You've only ever treated me like a bother. I was reading that as brother, and I'm like, what? Bro, I am a millennial. I'm an older millennial, but I am a millennial. And it's very millennial of me to call myself millennial, so I'm just on brand. 'Cause you are. It's high time you get your act together, though. Mom and Dad aren't here to hold your hand anymore. When have they ever held my hand? You can't keep hiding from the world. I'm not hiding. I said I'd come and help, didn't I? Eventually, I guess. Well, it's better late than never. Just don't fuck things up too much, alright? I've had enough on my plate to worry about. Sure, I'm looking forward to seeing you too, Asher. Off-white, he's on white. Whatever. Asher snorted. Then there was silence. Did he just hang up on me? Real mature. Noah rolled his eyes. Then he frowned. Come to think of it, I never did get to tell him that Kaine was coming with me. Oh, well, whatever. I can cross that bridge when I get to it. My big, strong boyfriend will be there to protect me. Ooh, we got a moving camera. All right, we have a busy day ahead of us tomorrow, so I've made something pretty hearty. I hope you like gratin dauphinoise? Dauphinois? Is that French? I can't read French. Kaine announced this with a sunny smile as he plated up the food, then set it down on the table. The food did look good, Noah supposed. Is it gratin or gratin? The gratin, I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing that, was a hearty brown and yellow color, crispy on the top and piping hot. Okay, what is that? What does that look like? Gratin. Gratin? Also, how do you say it? Gratin? Say it.
Gratin.
Gratin. Okay, now what is it? Gratin. Ooh, it's like potato? Is a culinary technique in which a dish is topped with a browned crust, often using breadcrumbs, grated cheese, egg, or butter. That sounds good. I do like potatoes. And what was the whole thing? Do foie? Yeah, that one. What's that look like? Oh, pretty much the same thing. Is the ultimate potato recipe. French. I was right that it's French. Peeled and cut crosswise. I don't want the fucking recipe. I just want to see what it looks like. Images. Yeah, I would eat the shit out of that. Kaine, you are husband material. I know I keep saying it, but it's true. Actually, let me just show you what I'm looking at. This is what I'm looking at. This is what it is. Look at that, it looks delicious. I eat the shit out of that, oh my god. Oof, okay, back to the game. Put that back up there. Okay. Yeah. Like something cheesy and hearty and potatoey. I love potatoes. I used to not like hash browns, but even nowadays I'm like okay with hash browns. Which means I pretty much like every kind of potato there is. The food did look good, Noah supposed. Oh yeah, I just read that. Kaine was a talented chef. His homemade lunches back at school had been leaps and bounds ahead of the sandwiches most of the other boys brought in, and yet... Noah toyed with his fork distractedly. The food might have looked good, and it definitely smelled good, but he wasn't hungry. You bitch! I'll eat it then! Give it to me! Don't let fucking food go to waste! Kaine, noticing Noah's disinterest, frowned. What's wrong? Don't tell me you don't like potatoes. No, Kaine, I love potatoes. I love potatoes. I'll eat your potatoes. I'll eat you. Just give me a chance. Is that what... Oh god. The dauphinois? I'm probably butchering the shit out of that. Means? Uh-huh. It's a type of potato. Most of this dish is potato, actually. Potato, cream, and cheese. You can make... Oh god, what was it again? Gratin? Gratin. with veggies too, like leeks and Swedes, but I figured a plain old potato one would go down better. You're correct. I don't like leeks. I don't know what Sweds or Swedes is either. I mean, everybody likes potatoes, right? Anybody who doesn't like potatoes is crazy. Sorry, you potato haters out there. No. If I have to live my life getting told that I'm an alien for not liking caramel or cinnamon, then the rest of y'all can deal with getting called aliens for not liking potatoes. For anybody who doesn't like potatoes. Because you're crazy. You're crazy. Potatoes are fine, I guess. I just haven't felt much like eating in general. And that's all the more reason to eat. You've got to get some food in you if you want to feel your best for tomorrow. Feel my best, huh? Now, that's a joke if I've ever heard one. I can't remember the last time I felt marginally alright, let alone at best. Or at my best. Maybe cooking isn't Kaine's true talent after all. You should try being a comedian. Oh, shut up, Noah. He's not wrong. You need like a good meal in you in order to deal with Asher's bullshit and all the bullshit of the hometown. Noah continued to nudge his food with his fork, his expression pensive. I know you're right, I guess. Wow, you're actually admitting it? That feels like a huge step coming from you. But I don't know if I can eat right now. I'm too busy thinking. About tomorrow? Noah nodded. I mean, we'll be going back to that place. And I'll be seeing Asher. I don't think there's much to celebrate there. Well, I can't exactly blame you for being anxious. But I think it'll be nice to spend a bit of time with you, even if the circumstances aren't the best. It's been a while, after all. Oh, Kaine's face. Baby boy. Noah fell silent, his gaze downturned. Kaine was right about that much, at least. It really had been a while. Noah knew it was wrong to think about this trip as a holiday, particularly when the specters of numerous corpses hung over them, but at the very least, I should try and enjoy Kaine's company. You shouldn't have to try and enjoy it. Noah, you're killing me here. When was the last time I hung out with him like this anyway? I can't remember. Noah ate as much of his meal as he thought he could manage, the tines of his fork scraping against his plate. Once he'd finished, he'd offered to clean the dishes. It seemed the least he could do after everything Kaine had done for him, but Kaine refused. We have a long drive tomorrow. You should get some rest. No offense, but you look like you could use it. Offense taken, and you're the one who will be doing all the driving. Shouldn't you be the one to rest? Well, yeah. But I'll be fine. I'm made of sturdy stuff. Implying I'm not? Noah, look at yourself. You are not. I'm implying nothing, though I will state that I know where all the utensils go. Do you? Well, that's what I thought. Now, go and relax, have a bath or something, or read a book. Ugh, I know he's trying to look out for me, but he's being a bit too sweet. It's because he fucking loves you! Ah! Noah, you drive me insane! Doing a few dishes is hardly back-breaking manual labor. But whatever. There's no point arguing with him, not over something so minor. Alright, if you want to do the dishes so much, knock yourself out. I won't spoil your fun. Oh, he's smiling. They're both smiling. Now, if we could just always be smiling. Heh, thanks. Noah made to leave the kitchen, but paused, glancing back at Kaine from over his shoulder. I have one question, though. Yeah? Shoot. Why are you doing all this for me? Why haven't you given up on me? Why do you care so much? It's because he loves you! Why are you so determined to do all of the housework? Don't tell me you really enjoy it. Not when I'm looking after myself, no, but when I'm doing it for you? Kaine smiled. That's pretty rewarding in its own right. Humph. Noah glanced away, concerned to find how flushed his face felt. We are slowly but surely getting under Noah's skin. which is good. Get under there, burrow, and never get out. Cover that gaping hole that August's death left behind. You're still as corny as ever. It's true, though. I've not forgotten, you know, that invitation I gave you to be your personal maid. Don't you want to take me up on the offer? I'm sorry, I just immediately imagined Kaine in a maid's outfit, and I'm like... yes, please. Even if I didn't, you'd act like my maid anyway. You've been cooking for me for years. True. All I'm missing is the skimpy dress and the apron. Yep. That's what was in my head. Not gonna lie. Do you think I should pick one up? Maybe update my look? No, thanks. You're aggravating enough as you are, without turning yourself into an eyesore. Kaine's laughter followed Noah as he entered the living area. Noah settled down on the couch with a sketchbook, doodling idly. He wasn't paying much attention to what he was sketching. He drew whatever came to his head, the graphite skimming against the page. It wasn't until a few minutes later, when he had an eye sketched out and a nose, that Noah realized what, or rather who, he was drawing. Is it Kaine? Please be Kaine. Yes! He was drawing Kaine. Wow, I really have been spending a lot of time with him. I don't think I've ever drawn him before, not even back in high school. That hurts my heart. At least I didn't give him a maid outfit. I don't think I'd be able to look him in the eye after that. Noah and Kaine passed the rest of the evening uneventfully, until Kaine suggested he sleep. Noah decided to take this suggestion as opposed to fighting it. He was getting tired, and Kaine had been right. He would need all the stamina he had to face tomorrow. I know I agreed to this, but I can't say I'm looking forward to seeing Asher. Noah changed, yawning as he did, and retreated beneath the sheets. He hadn't felt too tired earlier, but he must have been more fatigued than he thought. His mind began to drift the moment his head brushed against the pillow. His consciousness began to unravel, his anxieties melting away, one by one, and he fell asleep. Noah's sleep was not restive, however. The moment he closed his eyes, he felt as though he was falling. Uh-oh. Here we go. Wind, or was it wind, rushed past him, tousling his hair. Noah gasped, staring upward into the abyss. He knew this feeling. He was well acquainted with it, the unpleasant squirming in his stomach. He was falling, once again, into a dream. The only question was, whose dream was it, or is it? Noah's guts twisted themselves up like a pretzel. He felt like he was going to be sick, but he fought back the urge. He continued to fall, over and over, until he wasn't. He closed his eyes, slowly squeezing them shut, then opened them. What if this is my guess here, what if this is going to be Rosamie's dream? What if we find out what happened to Rosamie? Disoriented, he glanced about his surroundings. He knew where he was. It was a place full of conflicting emotions, one where he had spent some of his best moments. Or what if it's Kaine's dream? That'd be wild. And also some of his worst. High school? Yep. He was in his old classroom from high school. It looked just like the classroom he knew, with neat rows of desks and the board at the front, but there was something subtly off about it. I mean, there's this bag right here. And didn't we sit like over here somewhere? Could be Kaine's desk. I know Noah and August sat next to each other. I'm pretty sure like over here. And Kaine didn't sit next to them. Could be Kaine. Well, this is a dream. They don't tend to be 1-1 accurate depictions of the real world. There's always screwy stuff going on. The classroom was dim and the sky outside was full of stars. It's nighttime then? Noah didn't think he'd ever been to school at night before, and if he had, he couldn't recall. He took a step forward as if to test the waters. Part of him was afraid he might sink towards the floor altogether. Or sink through the floor altogether. Well, it is a dream. Stranger things have happened. The wooden floor remained reassuringly solid, however, beneath Noah's feet. For a dream, it was quite a sturdy one. Noah took another step forward, then another. He paused by the window, looking out over the landscape beyond it. He could see mountains in the distance, all fringed with forests, the same mountains and forests he had seen when he looked out of the windows during one of his math teacher's dull lectures. The place really was a picture-perfect recreation of what Noah recalled, so much so that it could be a photocopy. But still, something didn't feel right. Noah could feel the fine hairs on the back of his neck bristling. It felt like something was amiss. And this feeling was further exasperated when he heard the door opening behind him. So, he wasn't alone in this dream after all. Somebody else was here. Is it the person who owns this dream, or someone they're dreaming about? Noah turned, wondering who he would meet, half afraid, half hopeful of finding out. And when his eyes met theirs, he gasped, "Who is it?" This is my own dream, isn't it? I didn't know I could be so aware during one. I thought it must be someone else's. Oh, it's his dream? He like fell into his own dream? Wild. But this is definitely mine. There was a boy standing in the doorway, one with sandy blonde hair and green eyes which peered out from behind a pair of glasses. Oh, it's August. It was a face Noah knew well. He hadn't seen him in years, not quite like this at least, wearing his old uniform. He had run his face through his mind innumerable times. Noah knew that he would never forget him no matter how many years passed. Even if, sometimes, he wished he could. August? That's me. The boy, no, August, it was definitely August, replied hesitantly, after a moment's pause. He approached Noah, his footsteps just as hesitant as Noah's had been after arriving in the classroom. It couldn't be. Was August afraid of him? You look a lot like Noah. But are you really him? Noah didn't look quite this. August's eyes skimmed Noah, who was still standing in front of the window, framed against the darkness. Are we sure we fell into our dream? Is August still out there somewhere? Did he actually die? Is he in a coma somewhere? Is he dreaming about us? Or is he just dreaming and we fell into his dream? But we don't look right to him because we're grown up. I have so many questions. No. Jaeger. No. 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 Get away from my bed. Get away. No. No. Bastard. Then, at a loss for words, he shook his head. You're definitely Noah. I would recognize you anywhere. You look so tired. Did something happen? You can always tell me. You know that. August. Noah's voice caught in his throat. He knew that this boy was not August. Not really. He was only a dream, a recreation of the August that Noah had known in life. Is he, though? I don't know. I don't know. He looked almost identical to the August that Noah knew, but he was not him. The real August was dead. Starting to press X for doubt. Noah would never see him again. But the compassion that was evident in August's eyes, even if it was all a dream, even if he was only seeing what he wanted to see, still resonated. Noah had been so busy trying to solve the string of murders with Kaine, he hadn't given August much thought during the last week. He had put one of his dearest friends, the first and only person he had loved, from his mind. Kaine would have said this was a good thing, that it was healthy to move on, and August wouldn't want him to dwell in the past. But all thoughts of Kaine were wiped away the moment Noah looked into August's eyes. No, think about Kaine, please. He has such pretty eyes, ugh. Can't believe I forgot about that. Can't believe I forgot about him. How could I have been so cold? No, Noah. Noah, you're moving on. God forbid you move on. Noah hadn't expected to see August, and the shock of it further stimulated his emotions. He couldn't keep them in check. He tried to steady his breathing, but it was to little avail. His eyes began to fill with tears. August, I can't believe it's you. It's been so long since I spoke to you. I've been pretty busy lately, but even so, I really did miss you. Noah. August looked perplexed by Noah's tears, but he didn't draw away from him. Instead, it was the opposite. He approached Noah, his footfalls light, and opened his arms. He pulled Noah to him. Then, gently, he said, "There's no need to miss me, and there's no need for tears either. I'm right here. Now, why don't you dry your eyes? I have no idea what you've been through lately, but I'm not going to leave you." Noah knew that August meant well, but his words knifed through him regardless. He might not leave me, but Didn't I leave him? No! No! No, you're regressing. We were having some progress. You're regressing. I abandoned him. I should have been there when he died. I should have been at his funeral. I should have been remembering him properly. You've been remembering him plenty. You need to remember him less. Start moving on in your life. Oof. You're letting him be shackles tying you to your past. Noah, please. I've been moving on, but August, he can't move on. Noah clung to August, desperation surging within him, his cheeks wet with tears. August, I'm so sorry. I wish I never wanted to leave you, but... Shh. August rubbed soothing circles against Noah's back, his palms pressed against Noah's shoulder blades. His touch felt corporeal enough, if nothing else. No one knew it was a dream, and yet... I don't know what's happened or what you're going through, but I'm sure everything will be alright. Things must have been hard now, but you'll get through them. I believe in you. You're the strongest person I know, after all. You might believe in me, but what if I don't? I'm in way over my head. I'm trying to act like I know what I'm doing, but I don't. I have no clue. People are dying, and I don't know how to stop it. I don't know if I even want to stop it. I'm with you there, Ace. I'm with you there. Boy, if you don't snap out of it. Like, I get it. But at the same time, I'm like, Noah. My own parents passed away, and I didn't even care. I didn't even bring myself to cry. What? Your parents died? When did that happen? A week ago? I didn't really care though, like I said. You know I've never got on with them, but is that really an excuse? I don't know. Maybe I'm heartless. I haven't cried in years and years. Not since you. Not since I? Not since... Noah swallowed. He couldn't, in the end, tell August what had happened to him. Even if it was only a dream, a figment of his imagination. I didn't want August to know he had died. That would make his death seem even more real, and Noah didn't think he could deal with reality right now. This is what dreams are for, after all. They're supposed to be an escape from the real world when things get too tough. Yes and no. They're also supposed to be like your subconscious working through your shit. So, you're kind of like actively fighting against that. But what do I do when even my dreams are difficult? It's difficult to explain, but a lot of crazy shit's been happening. My parents died, and so did Luca, if you remember him, and I don't know. It feels like somebody's targeting me, but I'm not going to let them get away with it. I'll find them, and I'll stop them. I'll do it. For you. I couldn't protect you, but maybe there's something I can still do. Maybe I'm not completely useless. I'm doing my best. More tears began to bead on Noah's eyelashes, tears which trickled down his cheeks. But it's hard, August. It's so hard. How am I supposed to keep going without you? Noah. When you say that, you don't mean I'm not... Hey, August, why are you hanging about the classroom at this hour? It's way past the time he headed on home. Hey, Kaine, don't rush him. Noah gasped. He could hear voices coming from the doorway, voices he knew well. There were two people standing in the entrance of the classroom, both wearing school uniforms. One of them was unmistakably Kaine, though it was Kaine as Noah hadn't seen him in some time. It was Kaine, not as a productive, put-together member of adult society, but as a teenager. His eyes a little brighter, his hair a little messier. As for the figure who was standing next to Kaine, meanwhile... Yes, Ace. Yes, you have Kaine. You have him. He's right there, for fuck's sake. Hey, who the heck are you? It was him. What the... August drew back from the older Noah, who had been embracing, to stare confusedly at the younger one, the Noah in the school uniform. Noah too found his thoughts reeling. He hadn't expected to find himself, of all people, in the stream. But why not? It's not like this is a new phenomena after everything I saw in Asher's dream. And anyway, I am back at my old school. Why wouldn't I be here? August is, and he and I were always together. We were inseparable until... Noah sniffled, and then wiped a few more tears from his eyes. It was too late to try and save face, though. His cheeks were damp, and his eyes had been, or must have been, rimmed with red. It was blatantly obvious he had been sobbing. I wonder what my younger self is thinking of me right now. Can't imagine it's anything good. Is he ashamed that he grew up to be such a sorry loser? Well, I'm ashamed I was such a grouchy brat. Bro, we all think of our past selves. Especially our, like, young childhood selves. And, like, cringe. Or at least I sure as fucking do. Hell, I was thinking about myself in elementary school just yesterday. And I'm like, oh god. Why was I such a little freak? Like, I don't know what prompted it. Here's some of my dark history. I was in, like, 4th or 5th grade at the time. I think like 4th. Maybe even 3rd. It was a long time ago, but of course, it's an embarrassing thing. I remember it forever. But me and my friends were just kind of hanging out in the bathroom. I think it was like during recess, because there was nothing really else to do, so we were just chilling. And I think somebody like dared me and another person to be like, check how flexible you are. So me and this person are sitting like on the floor in the bathroom. And I'm trying to get like a leg behind my neck, and I could almost do it. I got further than the other person did, but I'm thinking like, what the fuck? Why are kids so stupid? I wonder what August ever saw in you. Hey, August. Noah reached out to August. He wanted to talk to him, to tell him all of the thoughts which had been locked away inside of his head for years and years. He had spent months after August's funeral listing all the things he would say to him if he could see him again, all of the things he would do with him. There were several lifetimes worth of conversations he still wanted to have with August. A few measly minutes weren't enough. Noah? But the dream was already beginning to fall apart. Oh boy. The whole room trembled. If it's his own dream, I suppose he's just gotta leave it, right? Fissures began to run through it, tearing the very fabric of reality, or surreality, asunder. August! Wait, August! A large rift, like a canyon, divided the classroom in half. Noah stood on one side, whereas the trio from his teenage years stood on the other. It grew exponentially by the moment, and the others were getting further and further from him every second. Noah's arm was still outstretched towards him. He tried to reach, his fingertips strained as far as they could to August. But, try though he might, he couldn't reach him. He couldn't reach anybody. Noah felt his own eyes, those of his younger selves, boring into him as he faded into the distance. Was his younger self judging him? Did he think he'd gotten what he deserved? Noah's younger self still approached August. He wound his fingers around his wrist, pulling him away. No, Jaeger. Get off my bed. Stop it. You have other places you can lay down. Yeesh. He wound his fingers around his wrist, pulling him away from the edge of the classroom, which had collapsed into nothingness. There was something possessive about this gesture, so much so, Noah wanted to scream at him. Don't touch him, you can see him whenever you want to, but what about me? I've been waiting years for this, you bastard, he says to himself. Jaeger. My cat's obsession with getting on my bed, despite the fact that I keep telling him no. And he knows not to do it, because the moment I look at him, he's like, I'm innocent, I swear. And I'm like, no, you're not, bastard. Don't take him from me. But Noah couldn't say anything. His words had failed him. The wind whipped at his hair and clothes, as if trying to pull him into the abyss. The other side of the classroom, suspended in darkness, faded from sight. It was swallowed. Noah couldn't see August anymore. Not that it matters. It was all a dream. He's already dead. Yeah, that's right. He's already dead. Investigating this mystery isn't going to bring him back. It doesn't matter if I can find the killer. It'll all be for nothing. That kind of contradicts what you were saying earlier, when you're like, I don't want people to get hurt. It might not bring August back, but it'd stop other people from getting hurt. What's your actual goal here, Noah? Why am I expending all of this energy? Why do I care so much? It isn't like me. I might as well just give up. I should just give up on everything. Noah looked into the nothingness before him. He wanted to surrender himself to the darkness, close his eyes and just fall, to just disappear. And then, in a similar motion to one he'd felt moments ago, someone grabbed his wrist. Kaine? Kaine, symbolically pulling him out of the darkness. Oh, no, it's Crow. Oh, God. I'm sorry, Crow. I don't hate you, but I wanted to see Kaine. But fine. Noah. You should not be here. You know that too, don't you? I'll help you. Let me show you the reason you shouldn't stay in a place like this. Oh, it says save before this choice. I wanted it so bad. You're so right. I did. Ugh. This one. Overrate, yes. Okay, it says save before this one. Okay, here we go. Alright, show me. Show me something that makes me feel like I have to keep going, please. Right now, all I want to do is give up. This is all too difficult. The world around Noah began to shift. While once it was dark and desolate, it now began to ripple. A bright white light cut through the darkness, searing straight through Noah's tightly shut eyelids. He blinked, wincing in pain as he did. And then he saw him. There was a boy framed against the blinding brightness, a boy with fair hair and green eyes. His face was familiar, uncannily so, and yet, you really do look like August. Yes, you have mentioned that. I apologize if that makes you uncomfortable. I don't know what it makes me feel. It depends. Who are you, Crow? Crow smiled, but it was a wan sort of smile, one which failed to light his eyes up. Noah had the distinct feeling he'd said something which had upset him. But perhaps it was better not to ask. What is this place? The surrounding area was both beautiful and empty. It was a lovely nothingness that Noah couldn't quite comprehend. I wouldn't say nothingness. There are some like dead trees, and there's like a swing bench right here. That's a good question. Meaning you're not sure of the answer? It's complicated. It is my home. Of that I'm certain. Apart from that, well, it is a place in between dreams, one small crack of which there are many. Neither a dream nor reality. It's like a void. It simply exists, I guess, to house souls who have nowhere else to go. Souls like you? I've spent quite a long time here, yes. But I'm not drifting through other people's dreams. This is where you can find me. And what do you do here? That's another good question. You're full of them today, Noah. You don't know what you do here? I don't have much to do when I'm here. I simply wait. Wait and think and hope, I suppose. What do you think about? Everything? Nothing? Crow shrugged, his smile a bashful one. Most of the time, I'm not really sure. There are times, great long stretches of time, where I don't know if I think at all. I just drift. I see. Noah frowned. He didn't know very much about Crow, but still he sympathized. How could he not when he looked like that, when he sounded like that? Nothing about simply being here and existing sounded like a nice way to live. It didn't sound like a nice way to live at all. I've been drifting in this place for a long time, so I'm used to it. There's no need to worry. Oh god, they're fighting again. God. Kyo was just laying on the white chair, and Jaeger comes up, his fat ass, about to just like lay on top of Kyo. There's plenty of space for you both to lay down on the chair. But Jaeger's just so determined to like occupy the space that Kyo was occupying. What was that? That was Kyo screeching. Like, oh god, Jaeger, get off of me. God. Kyo is just like a sliver squished between the back cushion of the couch, or the chair, and Jaeger's fat ass. Yeah, when Kyo makes sounds, it just sounds like a screech. He's a banshee cat. Even when he's just like going in a circle to like get comfortable, he'll just like, like, oh god, you old cat. He's like 14 or 15 years old now. He's old. There's no need for you to worry about me, Noah. Instead, I'd be happy if you would worry about yourself some more. I know it's difficult, Noah, but you should never give up. Even if life is a struggle, it is a struggle worth fighting against. If you simply fall away into the void, a place like this will become your home too. Being with you here doesn't sound so bad. Crow smiled sadly. It makes me happy to hear that, Noah, and I would like nothing more than to spend time with you, or spend more time with you, to hear your sorrows and to soothe them. But you do not belong here. This place will eat away at you until you can never leave again. Noah cringed back at the thought. What? Is that what happened to you? Are you an August who got trapped here? My apologies. Lightly, Crow laughed. Maybe I am trying to scare you just a little bit. But I don't know this place is any good for people, not living people at least. Something about the way he said living people gave Noah pause. This was my guess, that maybe he's like a part of Noah's soul that got like trapped in this place. What about dead people? Well, this place is full of their souls. I see them occasionally. Yep. Humans who die in their dreams get trapped here forever. They can't move on, so they're just Vaguely, Crow shrugged. Trapped. Eventually, when enough time passes, they forget who they are. They even forget their names. They become formless, drifting spirits. And eventually, they disappear. A shudder ran down Noah's spine. It sounded as though Crow was telling him a horror story, but Noah knew he was being sincere. Were there invisible souls, Noah wondered, drifting about in the ether as he spoke? Were his parents somewhere here? The thought was unnerving. That's horrible. It is, isn't it? I've seen it happen a few times myself. It's not a fate I'd wish on anybody, slowly wasting away like that. And I definitely wouldn't wish it on you. That's why you should go. You can't stay here. But what about you? Isn't this place also bad for you? Worrying about me again, Noah? I can't help it. I am different. I am both similar and not to the spirits here in a way, but I have been here an awfully long time, and I have forgotten nothing. I still know myself as I did every day before this, but perhaps that's not saying much. I'm not sure if I ever really knew. Other than my name, there's not much to me. I am simply Crow. Perhaps that's why this place doesn't affect me. There's nothing inside me for it to eat away at. Crow, I'm sure that's not true. I'm certain. Never for a second have I felt you're empty. You're yourself, and that's plenty. Really? Crow blinked. Surprise spread across his face for a few moments, until after a pause, his lips turned upwards into a small smile. That might be one of the nicest things anyone's ever said to me. Not that you have much competition. You're the only person who's ever spoken to me, minus Kaine just that once when we first met. You don't get any visitors here? No, this isn't a place people visit. Try not to feel bad for me, though. I've held out here for this long without falling apart. I'm sure I can endure a little bit more as long as you're alright. Now I just feel guilty. That wasn't my intention, but if my selfish request for you to keep on living makes you walk even one more step, then I will become a selfish man. For you, I could be the most selfish person in any dream. You should return to the real world, Noah. You have a busy few days ahead of you, don't you? Crow chuckled, but the sound didn't last. And how do you know that, How do you know? Are you able to observe me somehow? It faded fast to be replaced with nothingness. With querying eyes, Crow examined Noah. Before you go, you said that you were investigating those murders, right? You remembered? Crow nodded. Have you made much progress? Not yet. I'm planning to go back to my hometown, though, with Kaine. We think the killer's related to me, so I figured we might be able to find some clues there. It's a bit of a long shot, but I guess it's better than doing nothing. I'm proud of you, Noah. It's nice to see you being so proactive about something. If you need any advice, I'll always be here, in the spaces between your dreams to guide you. But realistically, I don't know how much use I can really be. I can't join you in the real world, and I'd feel better if you didn't spend too much time here. Since you have the option, I think you should live in reality. That's where you belong. Crow. Noah was no fool, and neither was he insensitive, not like Asher. He could hear the sorrow in Crow's voice, even though he was smiling. It hung in the air, thick and dense. But Crow laughed weakly, and this feeling soon dispersed. I'm sorry. I talked more than I thought I would. Please, just ignore me. I didn't mean to hold you up. I'll let you wake up soon enough, but be careful, alright? I don't know what's going on back where you're from exactly, but I can tell you that something isn't right. The dreams I drift through. They've been getting more and more unstable lately, and I think that's because of outside interference. I can only interact with you like this while you're sleeping, so I can't look out for you. So, I'd like for you to look out for yourself. Huh. Noah smiled at Crow, touched by his concern. He might look like August, but right now, he's acting more like Kaine. And the thought of him acting like Kaine made you laugh and smile. That warms my heart. Then again, maybe I just can't remember well enough what August was like. It's been too long. Ah, now the other cat's trying to get on my bed. Hey, get off. Cats. I need like a blanket of tin foil that I can put on top of this thing. It wouldn't be that big of a problem, but I have like a Japanese futon. I think I've mentioned this before. And I fold it in half. Because it's a thick futon, so I can't really like neatly fold it like you would a Japanese futon that you see in like anime and stuff. So I can only really fold it in half, but then I put a pet blanket over that to like keep it from getting covered in fur. But these bastards are even stepping on the pet blanket. No, get off. Cat, I just lifted you up. You're also shedding like crazy. How are you always shedding? Ugh. Let me get my leg under me. Also, hold on. Let me turn on the AC. It's getting hot in here. Okay. Just find a spot and lay down. Kyo has my entire apartment that he can choose. And if you can't sit in the white chair because Jaeger's on it, even though there's plenty of room for them to share, the bitch just like fucking complains or wanders around and like there's no place for him. There's a whole ass cat tree. There's my entire floor you can lay on. Yeesh. Anyway. It's been too long. Do you think I'm stupid enough to go waltzing headfirst into danger? Yes. I don't think you're stupid. Not at all. Though I do question your decision-making skills sometimes. I'm unsure whether they are the most sound. Hey, that's as good as saying I am stupid. You kinda are, Noah. You kinda are. That wasn't the implication. I think you're a brave person, Noah, and I know you're very determined. But this determination could get you into trouble. Things aren't as they seem. You're in more danger than you think. And I want to ensure that you emerge from this unscathed. If anything happened to you, I don't know what I'd do, or what would become of me. What did you miss? I picked up Kyo, who screeched. And these two have been having a conversation. I'm pretty sure, I've been sure from the moment I saw him, but I'm pretty sure Crow is like a part of Noah's soul, or just like all of Noah's soul that somehow forgot who he was, even though he says he didn't forget. He's definitely, I said Noah, I meant August. He's definitely like a part of August's soul, at very, very least. If not like completely August. Who maybe when he died, his soul wandered instead of like passing on. I don't know. I don't know. Goodbye, Noah. Be safe. And then the world was gone, and Noah fell back into a restless sleep. I wonder if we talked in our sleep. Crow's cryptic warning weighed on Noah for much of the following morning. Noah thought of Crow's warning as he showered, dressed, and ate the breakfast that Kaine had prepared. The food Kaine cooked was, of course, delicious, but Noah could hardly taste it. He was tired, and he felt distracted to boot. The food might as well have been cardboard for all that Noah could appreciate it. I guess we didn't talk in our sleep. Thank goodness. I was worried what Kaine might think of that. Noah turned Crow's warning in his head as he brushed his teeth, packed his bag, and as he joined Kaine in the car once he'd finished locking up his apartment. What did he mean things aren't as they seem? It sounds like he knows something. But if that's the case, why wouldn't he share what he knows with me? He wasn't trying to make me paranoid, was he? I wonder how much I can really trust him. Now that I think about it, I mean, Crow seems to know about Noah. Maybe Crow could be the dream killer? Not that I'd blame him. Curious. Kaine tried to draw Noah into conversation a few times, but Noah was too lost in his thoughts to properly reciprocate. 10 minutes passed, then 20, 30. Soon an hour had gone by. The city had disappeared, but still Noah remained stony-lipped. This did not dissuade Kaine, however, from trying to kickstart a conversation. He was nothing if not persistent. Thank God. The many years he'd spent caring for Noah, when Noah had refused to care for himself, attested to as much. So, how about the weather? It's been a while since we've been back, hasn't it? You haven't visited since you ran away. And for good reason. I didn't think I'd be heading back myself, either. It's funny how life works sometimes. Don't know if this situation is all that funny. People are dying, Kaine. People die every day. There's nothing new there. But I know what you mean, and you ought to know what I meant too. I didn't mean it's funny in an amusing way. I just meant it's strange where life takes you, that's all. I know that's what you meant. Noah exhaled as he stared out of the window, watching as the scenery sped past him. God, Kaine has to love you so fucking much. So fucking much. Honestly, if I had a person like Noah in my life, I would have to, like, really fucking love them to continuously put up with this shit. Because I start drawing a line once you start, like, dragging me down. And Noah, oof. Oof. He and Kaine had left the city behind them, and now they were cruising through the countryside. They were surrounded by hills on all sides. Green, grassy atolls and hedgerows. Trees. Fields. It wasn't very interesting. Me driving anywhere where I fucking live right now. If you don't get just like a bunch of flat, ugly land, you get a bunch of trees and mountains, which is pretty, but it does get boring after a while. When there's nothing to see and all you're really worried about, if you're me and the driver, is like a deer popping out of nowhere and running in front of your car. That's all I really am concerned about. But Noah had seen plenty of beautiful things in his life, things that weren't even real. I'm sorry, I think I must be feeling a little on edge. Didn't mean to snap at you. It's alright. Kaine, you have a heart of fucking gold. Again, I don't have the patience for people's bullshit sometimes. I have to really love you to be like that. I had one friend who fucking blew up at me one time. Because I went to... We were getting ready to leave... Was it that day? It might have been that day. To do like a 2-day drive. And of course, I was going to be the one driving, so they didn't have their license. But I had to go get the car that we were going to drive from my parents' house, which was like a 10-minute, if that, drive from where we were. And they were still like working on shit, so I'm like, okay, I'll go get the car. So I drive over, I get the car, I bring it back. It's been like 11 minutes tops. Yeah, it really only took like 5 minutes to get over there. We weren't that far away. And when I came back, they were like freaking out at me. I'm like, what the fuck? They thought I had like abandoned them or something. I don't know. I don't know. I'm like, I even told you I was gonna go get the car. Like, what is wrong? But I didn't say anything. I let them fucking continue to blow up at me. And then once we were done, huffing and puffing, I'm like, okay, so what is this really about? And it turns out their mom had called them and like some kind of drama was happening there, but it had nothing to do with me. I think that was the coolest cucumber moment I'd ever had in my life. But yeah, I have to really care about you to be like that. So, Kaine has to really, really love Noah. My god. Kaine kept his eyes focused on the road, but he smiled nonetheless, a smile which was obviously meant for Noah. People have been dying, like you said. It makes sense that you'd feel a little tense. And you are going to be seeing your delightful older brother soon. I think that'd be enough to put anybody in a bad mood. Ugh, don't remind me. Are you starting to have second thoughts? And third thoughts and fourth ones too? Somehow I'm not surprised. But it'll be alright. I'm here. My boyfriend's here. If Asher is too much of an unbearable asshole, stop yelling. At absolutely nothing. Ay. If Asher's too much of an unbearable asshole, I'll try and put him in his place. Pfft. Noah snorted. I'd like to see you try. Do you think I can't? It'll be a tall order. The only person Asher ever listened to was Ruben. I still think there was something there. But I'd rather Asher lays into you than me. If that's the way it is, I don't mind being a meat shield. I'd be more than happy to lay my life down for you, m'lady. Whatever. Oh, but he's blushing. He's blushing. Noah rolled his eyes. You're stupid. I thought the situation called for a bit of levity. You've been looking pretty tense. Can you really blame me after everything? I guess not, no. This is a hell of a situation. You could say that again. Both Noah and Kaine fell silent. The only audible sound was the rumbling of the car's engine and the wheels on the road. You guys aren't even, like, listening to, like, music or a podcast? Oof. Noah had nothing more to say. He hadn't slept well, and he felt anxious as a result. Just go to sleep. I mean, I always found it hard to, like, sleep in cars, but the one I can think of, my mom and I, it was a terrible time. My grandfather died, and she and I lived in California by ourselves, while the rest of the family lived in where we're at right now. And with Grandpa having passed, it was very sudden. It was like a couple weeks before Christmas. So the week afterwards, we 24 hours straight drove here from California, which is like about 2,000 miles, give or take, yeah. And yeah, it was a lot. So we were tired and exhausted. We got there. Christmas happened. It was a kind of dreary Christmas event. I like specifically remember my little sister, I don't know, she was weird. She was acting weird. I don't know if it was just grief or something, but like she opened one of her presents that she had said she wanted, and she kind of just looked at it with like a stinky face, like a stank face. And my parents got upset about that, and I'm just like, oh great, this is Merry Christmas, this feels great. And then it was like, what, 2 days after Christmas? It wasn't that long. We didn't have a lot of time that we could spend there. We just 24 hours straight again back to California. And during that trip back, God, we hit like every fucking like weather condition. There was a blizzard, there was a sandstorm, there was just shit. Ugh, it was the worst. And Mom didn't ever want me to drive, despite the fact that I could. She just didn't want me to drive, so I was just in the passenger seat. And I think it was during the blizzard part that I was like so anxious and nervous that we were going to get into a car crash, because it was bad. It was bad. Mom was a champion and drove through it like a boss, but I was still like fucking nervous as all hell. And I fell asleep a couple times, despite the fact that I should have stayed awake to like keep her company and keep her awake and going. But it was just, I was so anxiety and like emotion ridden that I was just like a few times. It's probably the only time I really fell asleep in a car. It was hard. It was not a pleasant time. I think that was the first time. No, that's a lie. That was the second time I've ever experienced an older person in my life passing away. Like, me and a friend had just been chilling in the motorhome that my mom and I lived in, and And Mom came home like 2 hours earlier than she would normally. And she just kind of like said like, hey, so this is what happened. And she told me about Grandpa. And I just kind of sat there for a second, like not really processing, and then just burst into tears. Like I didn't really know what hit me, but all of a sudden it's just like, it was like gross, ugly sobbing. That's probably a good thing I did, because then I could kind of get myself a little bit under control. But oof, yeah, that whole like month was just not great. Did I read that? I accidentally hit enter. Did I read that? Good question. And he felt anxious as a result. Okay, so I did read that. Good, good, good. Crow's cryptic warning, too, continued to circle in his head. But things are a little less awkward, I guess, than they were. I can always count on Kaine to cheer me up. It's because he loves you. Just marry him already. I'd forgotten how much fun talking to him is. Probably because I didn't let myself have fun after August died. I couldn't. Kaine tried to cheer me up so many times, but I always pushed him further and further away. I wonder if that hurt. No shit, Noah. Person you care about the most, person you love, constantly pushing you away because they're grieving somebody else that they loved. Oh my god, I can only imagine. Noah pondered this mutely, his eyes still trained on the unremarkable landscape which passed by when... No, it actually made the sound. A buzzing sound made him turn his head. Is that? Oh, that'll be my phone. Would you mind checking it for me, Noah? You want me to? Yeah, it's probably a message from work. I told them not to email me while I was on holiday, but I guess they just couldn't help themselves. God, I'm just way too popular, huh? I've only been there for a couple of years, but I swear the office would collapse without me. Wow, how incredible. You're such a big shot. Noah rolled his eyes and Kaine grinned. You know it. You should consider yourself lucky, really, that I deigned to take time out of my busy schedule to accompany you on this little trip. He is a major green flag, let me tell you. The boy was even like, hey, could you check my phone for me? Because I got nothing to hide. I'm really doing you a solid here. A solid I didn't ask for. You're the one who insisted, actually, that I accompany you. Aw, come on, don't be like that. I'll be however I want, thanks. Noah took Kaine's phone off the dashboard, then examined it. He didn't really mind helping, but... Hey, Kaine, how am I supposed to get into your phone? I don't know your PIN. Oh, I think you do? If it's Noah's birthday, I'm gonna scream. I do? Uh-huh. Kaine nodded, his fingers still curled around the wheel. It's pretty easy. You should be able to get it in a couple of attempts. I don't really feel like playing a guessing game right now. I'm too tired. Plus, don't a lot of phones, like after a certain number of attempts, like lock or something? Can't you just tell me? I could. Kaine smiled, his eyes bright with mischief. But where would be the fun in that? You should know better than anyone else that I don't have fun. I know only too well, but isn't that all the more reason why you should try it? Cats, please. Please. It's almost 4 o'clock in the morning. Can we not? Please. Hey. Jesus Christ. I swear, if anybody touches Kyo, then fucking Kyo just like, just this banshee screech. There are some VODs I'll like be reviewing, and I'll think you don't hear them very well. But then I'm like watching the VOD, I'm like, damn, that was actually loud. Especially fucking Kyo's. I thought it was my asthma, bro. No, I can guarantee you if you hear it, it's Kyo. Just screeching in the background for no reason. You would think I'd like perpetually beat him or something. But no, I assure you, sometimes it's just him walking around, shouting at the walls, or God forbid Jaeger put like a paw on him. He does sound kind of wheezy. It's kind of like... Like I said, he's old, so he sounds old. You never know, it might take your mind off things. That seems unlikely, but... Noah examined Kaine's phone. He frowned. Randomly start wheezing while I'm breathing, so... Oh boy. I always wondered if I had a type of asthma. Because the moment I start doing cardio, my throat just like starts hurting. Breathing through my mouth gets hard. Breathing through my nose is easier, but it's not that much easier. It hurts less, but it's harder. But if I'm doing cardio, breathing through my mouth like makes my throat hurt, and it's very unpleasant. The only exercise I can do is dancing. My exercise, I can't run. I can't really play sports like I used to. I mean, I can run. It just, again, my throat starts hurting, and I'm not fast at it. I got flat ass feet. They don't roll very well. Even with like supports in my shoes, it doesn't really help. It doesn't make me go any faster. So I'm just like a fucking duck with feet slap on the ground. Slap, 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 slap. Slappy slap. Did I play sports? I played basketball quite a bit. I was never on like any official team. I almost was in elementary school. There was tryouts for it and I was accepted, but then the team never fucking went anywhere. There was no meetings, no team was actually put together, so I'm like, okay. Ride your bike. Okay, that makes sense. I'm like, ride your back? What are we talking about, Ace? I'm pretty good on a bicycle still, so we're okay with that. I used to do color guard. I'm sad I couldn't do like the full stint of color guard throughout high school, but for whatever reason, the year I started, they moved it from first period PE to 0 period, which there were no buses that operated during 0 period, which is like the buses would pick you up at like 4:50 in the morning if they functioned, because I think it starts at like 5:30 in the morning for like 0 period, whereas like the normal period starts at like, no, that's a lie, it starts at like 6:30, something like, no, don't get on my bed, Jaeger. I will kill you. No. Get away. Do need to cover my bed in fucking tinfoil. Anyway, yeah, it started so fucking early, and it's like I couldn't walk to school. I literally lived up in like a mountain community. That would have been several fucking miles. I'm talking like 10 miles. There's no way that was gonna fucking happen. And, yeah, so even though I went through like the month of boot camp before school started, the moment school started, yeah, just for whatever fucking reason, they put it on 0 period. I'm like, what the fuck? I can't go to 0 period. My parents both work at like 4 o'clock in the morning. They can't drive me anywhere. I can't walk to school. There's no buses. How do you expect me to get here? I got bitched out the first day. And I showed up like when first period was going to start. I'm like, I'm so sorry I couldn't make it. There's no way for me to get to school. And they're just like, if you can't commit, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Yeah, so I had to quit, which sucks. It sucked. It sucked. Because I really liked color guard. I never got to do the rifle spinning, which sucked. That was second year. Sad face. Wait. It really sucked. God damn it. Anywho. Enough of my anecdotes, let's go. Noah examined Kaine's phone. He frowned. What string of numbers would he have used as his pin? Try your birthday. Or Or some kind of significant date between you and him. Kaine had said he should know it, which is why I'm thinking birthday, because it's like, of course you're gonna know your birthday. So it should have been something guessable to anybody who knew Kaine. Maybe it's his birthday? Noah inputted the string of numbers, but to little avail. His phone didn't unlock. Well, I guess that would have been way too easy. What about his mother's birthday then? Or his grandmother's? I know he's pretty close to them. Noah tried a few more combinations. Once again, to little avail. Oh, poor Doka. Yeah. I didn't get to live my color guard dreams, which is what I was looking forward to most in high school. Because my older sister was in color guard, and we went to like a bunch of her performances and stuff, and I'm like, I want to do that. And she would teach me like flag spinning and stuff. So I was like, yeah, I get to do color guard. I'm so excited. I get to be like Kinomoto Sakura from Cardcaptor Sakura. I get to live my Cardcaptor Sakura dreams, but that didn't happen. Fuck me. It's pretty much how all my endeavors in school went. My brother got to do Taekwondo. I wanted to do it, but at the time my dad had ideas that little girls can't do Taekwondo. Well, look at me now, Dad. I'm a big, strong man. Should have let me fucking do Taekwondo, because Charles quit, my brother. Charles quit. What was like a week later? Like, yeah. I was like, I would have fucking committed. Are you kidding me? Let me do it. But nope, I didn't get to do that. The basketball team never happened. I didn't get to do color guard. Just like, what the fuck? I tried all these things, but the world wouldn't let me do them. I didn't get to live my athletic dreams. No wonder I'm not athletic anymore, or at all. The most athletic thing I do these days is DDR. He still couldn't get into Kaine's phone. I'm saying try your birthday, Noah. Try it. Are you having some trouble? I'd have less of it if you just told me the numbers like a normal person. Whoever said I was normal? I'm sure I never made such a lofty claim. It's just as well as you didn't, or you'd be a liar. Do you want me to give you a hint? Noah pondered for a few moments, but no, it's fine. I should be able to figure it out myself. Are you starting to get competitive? Maybe. Is there a prize if I get it right? Kaine could give you all the fucking kisses for a prize. My eternal friendship, maybe? Thought I had that already. Noah rolled his eyes, but as he did... Oh. A thought suddenly occurred to him. Could it be this? Seems like a bit of a stretch, but this is a number only me and Kaine would know. Okay, maybe not Noah's birthday, but something that has to do with them. I don't want to give myself too much importance, but it was with bated breath that Noah put in the sequence what we got. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is a date, so that's November 13th, 2005? He didn't have any real expectations that it would work. To no surprise, this was indeed the combination of numbers he needed to get into Kaine's phone. Well, how about that? Did you get it? I did, yeah. I knew you would. I had every faith in you. Yeah. Noah scanned Kaine's latest texts and relayed the message to him. The message, as it transpired, wasn't particularly important. Oh, did I say November? I thought August, but for whatever reason, November came out of my mouth. I've been thinking of November lately. I don't know why. It's not even November next month. It's August, or not August, October next month. I literally just took a sip. But okay, I'll take another one. Big stretch, okay. Oh, God. Man, I'm still feeling it in my shoulders. I'm gonna switch legs. Oof.
Good boy.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, thank you. I'm a good boy. Okay. We good. Okay. Calibrate. Good go. New and... Okay. Whew. The message, as it transpired, wasn't particularly important. Kaine said it could wait, that he'd text them back later. Noah nodded, then set Kaine's phone back on the dashboard. He reclined in his chair. Then he looked out the window at the trees and the hedges that passed him by. Okay, but what is... Hold on. Dreambound? Noah. Dreambound. I know August was obviously born in August. But when was Noah born? Was that his birthday? That's what I want to know. Well, that didn't help me. That doesn't help me at all. God, I wish I could have, supported the Kickstarter. When did this happen? Where's the characters? Character profiles? Does it say their birthdays at all? I just want to know his birthday. Okay, I'm gonna say Dreambound, Noah, what was it? 13/08/03? That doesn't help me at all. You got about 20 seconds left of ads. And that's fine because I'm trying to figure out what this date is exactly. It was 03, right? Or was it 05? It was 05. Maybe I'll just put that. Game. Freedom! Nice. Does it say on their website? I just want like character profiles. Please. 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 Nope. That didn't help me at all. That's great. Lovely. There will be a Penguin movie in 9 days, as in like the Penguin from Gotham. Say what? I didn't know there was gonna be a Penguin movie. I just want to see what the date is, if that was Noah's birthday or not. Because they have not explained what that birthday is. Also, I just want to see Penguin movie? Movie? What is this? The Penguin. The Penguin. The Penguin movie Batman. Yeah, that would be better. Just so I can be sure. What the fuck? That's a TV series. I want to know. Nope, that's a miniseries. Are you sure it's a movie? Series trailer. Ugh. Oswald Cobblepot. He just looks fugly. Anyway. I'm just gonna assume that was Noah's birthday. Do I know for a fact? No. September 19th. It could have been that series then. Because it looked like that was fairly new. Interesting. Interesting. I wonder why they're just making a penguin series. Seems kind of random. But okay. Then he looked out the window at the trees and the hedges that passed him by. Noah tried to look nonchalant, but his thoughts were worrying. And they weren't, for once, about August, Crow, or Asher. His pin. Oh, is he gonna explain it now? Doing all that searching and now you're gonna explain it? Oh, it's the date that we met. Okay. Okay. Aw. Aw, my heart. It's been years since then, but he still remembers. I can't believe it. But who am I to judge him? I can still remember it too. We're gonna get a flashback? Oh, no. Okay. The drive was long, taking up the majority of the day. The sun passed from one side of the sky to the other, and all Noah could do was keep looking out that window. He watched as the scenery gradually changed. Long highways through plains and fields became winding, steep mountain roads the closer they were to their hometown. He never thought he'd come here, or come home. Even if his parents died sooner rather than later, he always swore he wouldn't return. Yet here he was, for better or for worse. They took a right turn, and a moment later, they were driving through the lazy suburban streets of Summerfield. It was like Noah never left. Kaine took a left, and soon the car was traveling up one of the mountains that overlooked the town. And there it was, his home. Next to it, August's, and across the road, Kaine's. The pair got out of the car and knocked on the door, but no one answered. Fortunately, no one had ever moved the spare key, and no one let them in. Certainly it looks the same. There's a whole fucking group of shelves over here just for alcohol. That's great. The house looked exactly the same as Noah remembered it. So much so, it was almost eerie. Perhaps even triggering. Triggers me. The last time we saw this scene, we also had to listen to his mom fucking run her fucking mouth. The entrance hall was just as it had always been. The burnished wooden floor spotless, the walls painted an inoffensive cream color. Noah's mother had done much of the interior design work about the house, and inoffensiveness seemed to have been her ambition. The rest of the house was similar to the entrance hall, sleek, modern, and bland alongside it. The living room was much like the entrance hall, the wooden floor, the walls beige. There were a few framed landscapes on the walls, but even these were inoffensive, depicting rolling hills and sandy shores. There were various knickknacks on the shelves, which Noah's parents had accrued during their lives, but Noah didn't think they possessed any sentimental value. They were just expensive bits and pieces his parents had decided to put on display to showcase how frivolously wealthy they were. No real heart had been put into the interior decor. It was all hollow and empty. So, in a way, I guess this house suits my parents perfectly. Yep. I don't think they ever cared about me as a person. They didn't give a damn about my feelings. They just wanted somebody they could boast about to their friends. It must have been awful for them that I turned out to be such a disappointment. Noah's mother, he could recall, had wept for days when he stopped going to school. She had asked multiple times, why did this have to happen to me? Once again, I want to bring her back to life just so I can kill her again. What a bitch. She had never once stopped to question, however, how Noah might have felt. Everything was always about her. This house just exemplifies that. I don't think she cared about anybody else. I'm not even sure if she cared about Dad all that much. Maybe he was just another status symbol for her too in the end. All of a sudden, a wave of exhaustion hit Noah. He swayed on his feet, and Kaine, noticing this, rested a steadying hand on his upper arm. Exactly. We never asked to be born. The parents fucking make that decision all on their own. It's not our fault. Yeesh. Whoa there. Are you alright? I'm alright, yeah. I just felt a bit lightheaded. It must have been the drive. It took us a while to get here. I think you need to sit down. Noah agreed to that second remark, but he didn't necessarily agree with the first. The drive was long, yeah, but I don't know if that's what's taken it out of me. It must be because I've come back here. This place is full of so many memories. Like I said, triggering. Noah let Kaine lead him to the couch. Once there, he took a seat. Do you feel better now? A little. Noah scanned the living room. It was very calm and very quiet. The house looked like it always had, but there was one crucial difference. It was empty. His parents would never never again sit here, sipping tea or watching the news. They were both dead. As for Asher, meanwhile, well, that's a good point. Where is Asher? Wasn't he meant to be staying here? I thought he'd be here to greet me. But maybe he went out? Well, it's not such a big deal. For all I know, he could be at the funeral home. We do. Quite often, we share a single brain cell. We pass it between each other like a volleyball. I don't know what sort of preparations you're meant to make for a funeral. I don't have a clue. I guess I could give him a text. Noah turned this thought over in his head for all of 2 seconds before disregarding it. No, maybe not. If he is busy, he wouldn't want me bothering him. And anyway, I don't know if I'm in the mood to talk to him right now. Noah wasn't in the mood to do much of anything. He was more tired than he'd felt in a long time. Well, at least Asher's been taking good care of the place. It looks just like I remembered. Yeah, well, I doubt he's done much cleaning. I wonder if my parents' cleaner still come around. Noah continued to glance about, memories flickering behind his eyelids. He could remember he'd spilled a glass of orange juice in here once as a young boy. It had gone all over the carpet, and his mother had scolded him. Noah, look what a mess you've made. Why can't you be more careful? If only you were more like Asher. This woman! A soccer ball for sure. This was a recurring remark Noah had been subjected to during his childhood and later during his adolescence. Why can't you be more like Asher? If only I knew, my life might have been easier then. You know what? What? I always hated it here. My mother used to keep an eye on me around the clock. Or at least that was what it felt like. She was always telling me what I could and couldn't do. If she could, I bet she would have made me ask her permission before I could breathe. I never had a moment's peace with her around, and my dad wasn't much better. I felt so trapped. I'll bet. I know your parents were the easiest folks to get along with, and that might be putting it lightly. But, well, it's a shame when you finally did get a chance to escape, you trapped yourself even further. Noah winced. He knew that Kaine had a point, but it's not like I wanted to become a recluse, you know? I just didn't see the point in living anymore. Not without August. And you wonder why Kaine worries about you so much. You probably spent all those 6 years like this. He was absolutely everything to me. Till he wasn't. Kaine, perhaps seeing the shadow which crossed Noah's face, frowned. I'm, sorry for bringing that up. It was insensitive of me. Sorry, I didn't mean to upset you. Oh, no. Noah answered vaguely, shaking his head as he did. There was no point getting mad at Kaine, even if the remark had been uncalled for. You're right. I dreamt about leaving this place for years and setting off on my own. But even though I escaped, it feels like a part of me still stayed here. Maybe I never moved on after all. Maybe I never grew up. Maybe I stayed the same age I was when August died. It almost feels like time froze in place ever since I heard he passed away. The world kept right on turning for everybody else, but it didn't turn for me. It was like everything stopped still. Or maybe I just wanted everything to stop. It was because I couldn't stand to live in the world anymore, not without August. Is that what he would have wanted, though? Noah yawned. His fatigue continued to weigh on him, dragging not just his body down, but his eyelids alongside it. He was so tired, it was hard to keep sitting. You are correct. You are very correct. Kaine is kinda... delish. Maybe Kaine was right. The journey must have taken it out of me. I guess I haven't been sleeping too well lately either. I've been too busy thinking about all of these murders. I guess trying to solve a string of serial homicides is more tiring than you'd think. It's no wonder the detective on TV shows always looks so tired. Yep. Hey, Noah, are you alright? Fine, I'm just a bit sleepy. I can tell, that was a pretty big yawn. Hey. Kaine shuffled a little closer to Noah on the couch until their shoulders were brushing. Then, with a small smile, he said, if you need to take a quick nap, you can always use me as a pillow. I don't mind. What? Why? Well, why not? I've already been your chef and your chauffeur. I might as well add being a pillow to my ever-extensive resume. I don't know if you need to add it to your resume. You're not exactly hurting for work. I know, but my job isn't the most interesting thing in the world. It's definitely not what I had my heart set on when I was younger. You wanted to be a chef. You remembered? Kaine smiled softly, touched perhaps at Noah's recollection. Hey yo, let's go indeed! We're getting there! We're getting there! I'm gonna lift my model just a little bit. There we go. That's right, I used to help my mother out in the kitchen when I was a kid. I guess I developed a knack for cooking. She showed me how to peel potatoes and how to fillet a fish. My dad didn't understand the appeal. He said it was just pointless busy work, but I always liked it. It was fun spending time with my mom. It's a shame things have gotten so strained between us. Kaine's voice trailed away. Bashfully, he shook his head. Well, whatever. My life didn't pan out quite the way I'd wanted it, but then again, does anybody's? I think I've been pretty fortunate, all things considered. Though I'd rather be your pillow than an office worker. That sounds way more interesting. Ugh, Kaine. You have my heart and soul. You can't be serious right now. Just how boring is your job anyway, if sitting still for hours on end is more entertaining? You don't want to know. It's pretty fucking boring, though. Wow, that makes me glad. Noah yawned. I never applied for any office jobs myself. I feel like I dodged a bullet. And it took a whole bunch more, metaphorically speaking, of course, after August's death. I'm sure you'd hate it too. I know how you feel about authority. I don't feel anything in particular about authority. That's exactly what I mean. You're not cut out for sucking up to your superiors. You're way too blunt for that. Sometimes it feels like I'm not cut out for anything at all. Not for being a good son, or a good friend, or a good person in general, really. Now, you and I both know that's not true. Does Noah really know that's true? I'm not sure. You're a great artist, and you've always been smart, and, well, this is more of an aside, but I'm sure August thought you were a great partner, too. I don't know about that. I don't know what he ever saw in me. Just the fact that Kaine said that, though. Oh my god. He loves Noah so much. He wants him to feel better. He'll even say that you were a great partner to somebody else. Ah. Whatever. It was long dead. He always looked so happy when he was with you. There's no way he was faking it. Why would he? I know being back in this town must be bringing back some bad memories. But maybe you can try and focus on that instead. There were some good... Yeah, there was some good too, wasn't there? Noah fell silent. His head, which felt heavy, it was crammed full of thoughts, slid to one side. He exhaled, his eyelids fluttering as he rested his cheek against Kaine's shoulder. Then, very softly, he said, "Yeah, there was some good stuff too. I had August, even if I didn't have him for very long." Noah smiled wryly. "And I had you too." I'm gonna fucking cry. You've always had my back. That's right. I was there for you in the past, and I'm still here now. I'm not going to abandon you. So don't worry. You can always rely on me. Kaine. Noah exhaled. He wasn't accustomed to being in such close proximity to other people, nor with being so vulnerable around them, not after August's death. For years, he had kept himself to himself. Yeah, bro, that's how I'm feeling. That's how I'm feeling. I wish I didn't cover half the chat, but whatever. He pushed away everybody who had tried to help, Kaine included. He hadn't seen the point in accepting their kindness or their sympathy. It felt too much like pity. Now, however, he was beginning to wonder. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe Kaine really does care. No shit, Noah. How did I not see this before? I don't know if I was a good boyfriend to August. Softly, Noah exhaled. But I was definitely a terrible friend. His eyelids, which felt leaden, fell shut. His breathing began to even out, his chest rising slowly, up and down. And then he fell asleep. Noah's dreams were not untroubled, however. When he opened his eyes, he found himself, once again, in his parents' living room. He wasn't leaning against Kaine this time, however. Kaine was nowhere to be seen. Noah's parents were there, though, both of them staring at him from across the coffee table with dark, black eyes. Yikes. Big yikes. Ooh boy. Well, I guess it's not too surprising that I dream about them. I've been thinking about them non-stop since I got here. I should have expected it, really. There's a T missing right here. But this doesn't bode well for the rest of my time here. Will I not be able to get any sleep? Noah's wary thoughts were soon interrupted, however, by his mother. She stared at her son, her eyes vast and staring, almost bug-like, as she said, "Noah, how could you have done this to me?" Fuck you. How could you? This was a line Noah was familiar with. His mother had trotted it out whenever Noah did something that displeased her. She had said the same thing when he talked about wanting to be an artist. And when she had found out about his feelings for August. Was that what she was talking about? This dead-eyed dream mother his imagination had conjured up? Was she talking about August? That wouldn't have been surprising either, but... Kaine was such a nice boy. He was a good influence. He was so kind and so intelligent and so polite. So very polite. You could have learned a lot from him. But you've tainted him? I'm gonna light this woman on fire. I don't care that she's a dream version, that she's not real. I don't care. I'm gonna find a way, I'm gonna do it. What? No one knew it was pointless to engage with his mother. He knew she wasn't real, but the shock was so great he couldn't help but ask. What are you talking about? Don't play dumb with us. You know what your mother means. Don't think we don't know what you've been doing. The things you've been getting up to with Kaine behind our backs. Oh, I'll never live it down. The shame is too great. How could you do this to us, Noah? How could you? All I wanted was for you to settle down with a nice woman and have a nice, normal family. I wish I still had that knife PNG. Even though I don't have an image of this fucking bitch. Or this douchebag of a dad. Okay, they don't exist. They don't exist. They're not real. They're not real. They're not real. Okay. But this isn't good enough for you. But that isn't good enough for you. You keep throwing everything I've done for you back in my face. I would as well as like some fucking, I don't know, shrapnel. I throw a whole bomb in her face. It's like you want to turn us into laughing stocks. I'm more concerned about Kaine's family. How will his father react to this? If he knew what the two of you had been doing. If he knew what you'd put Kaine up to. Oh, I can't bear it. The shame is too great. As if it's not bad enough that you had to be like that. Why did you have to infect Kaine too? I'm going to lose it. I'm going to lose it. Is ruining us not enough for you? What? No, I didn't ruin anybody. I don't know what you're talking about. I never did anything to Kaine. He's just a friend. You liar? I'm not lying. Why would I about something like this? Okay, it says two. Oh, what's that? No, get out of there. I want to save. It said to save before that and save before this. I don't know why, but we'll find out. Don't talk about Kaine like that. Don't you dare talk about Kaine with that tone of voice. Kaine is a better person than any of you. He's my friend. Even if he were like me, he isn't ruined. He's perfect how he is. Talk shit about me all you want, but keep his name out of your mouth. Damn straight. Damn straight, Noah. You defend your man. Defend your man. These words forced their way from Noah's throat, seeming to scald it. His whole body trembled. His parents, meanwhile, were distorting. His mother's body seemed to stretch like a piece of taffy. Oh god, she's becoming Slender Man. His father's head sunk as though it was decaying. The lights flickered, then dimmed. And all the while, his mother wailed. How could you do this to me? How could you? What did I do to deserve a son like you? You didn't deserve him. You didn't deserve any child. Fuck you. You didn't deserve to live. I didn't do anything. Stop looking at me like that. Stop it. Stop it, you. Ah! Noah gasped as he awoke, like a man breaking the water's surface. His eyes wide. He couldn't recall this dream, not in its entirety. He could only remember fragments. I think my parents were there, though. We were in this house, in this room, and they were talking to me. They said... What did they say? Noah was busy trying to piece everything together, his head throbbing all the while, when... Hey, Noah, are you alright? Oh. Noah glanced up at Kaine, rather, feeling more than a little dazed. That's right, Kaine came with me to my parents' place. I was feeling tired, so he said I should rest. And did I fall asleep on his shoulder? That's kind of embarrassing. Noah drew back from Kaine, putting some much-needed space between them, then ran a hand through his hair. I say it's not much-needed space. I think you need no space between the two of you. You need to just smash. Smash! Damn it. I'm alright. Everything's fine. Are you sure? You look a little, well, rattled, I guess. Did you have a bad dream? A bad dream? Yeah, I suppose it was. I'm back in the house I was raised in, where my parents controlled me and my older brother abused me. So what do you think? Good point. You're gonna sleep even worse now that we're here. That's not something I considered before we took off. Hopefully you can rest a little bit easier with me around. Sorry if that's just wishful thinking. Kaine, look at his face. Ugh. I get actual like heart pain because of Kaine. Like I get the heartaches. Thanks for coming, Kaine. I do appreciate it. It's no problem. You know that I'd do anything for you. That was probably what Kaine meant to say, but he didn't have a chance. Oh, God, here comes Asher. Now what? Now what? He was interrupted by a sound from the hallway, that of the front door opening. Somebody was here, or was there. It could only be one person, unless it's a robber, I suppose. Noah glanced about the living room, his body taut and his eyes wide with trepidation, when... Yep, here he comes. Hey, I see you got here already, and you let yourself in, too. Why the hell didn't you text me to let you know that you'd gotten here, though? Aren't you supposed to be the polite one? A familiar voice drifted from the hallway. It was, of course, Asher. Noah heard his brother sliding his shoes off at the entrance hall and hanging up his coat. Noah turned over the thought of greeting Asher, but the thought of rising from the sofa seemed, all of a sudden, an impossibility. I'm too tired to deal with this. Now I'm starting to wonder. Why did I come here again? Asher finished in the entrance hall, then headed to the living room. Noah heard the padding of footsteps and the creaking of the living room floor being pushed ajar. Oh, here he comes. He swiveled his head, still sitting on the couch, to meet his older brother's gaze. And when he did, Noah flinched. Asher was standing in the doorway, his arms crossed. Asher, much like the room he inhabited, looked much the same as Noah remembered. Which was to say, his expression was controlled in a look of obvious dislike. And here I was, thinking he wanted to be civil with me. Maybe I really am naive. Asher's gaze was not, however, trained on Noah. Oh, it's on Kaine. He was looking past his younger brother at the man who sat on the couch beside him. He was staring at Kaine. Hey, I'd like to say it's good to see you, but you and I both know that that'd be a fucking lie. The circumstances are awful enough as it is. What the hell's he doing here? Hey, he does have a name, you know. Believe me, I'm well aware. How could I not know your name when you were more well-liked by our parents than either of us? Of course, Noah would bring you along. Couldn't go anywhere without your little friend, can you? Fucking Christ, Asher. You better redeem yourself, otherwise I'm... Could have at least told me, asshole. Huh? Kaine looked at Noah, blinking bemusedly. Didn't you mention that I was coming with you? It must have slipped my mind. This, of course, was a complete fabrication. It hadn't slipped Noah's mind that he ought to tell Asher about Kaine. How could it? Noah might have had a lot to deal with lately, but he hadn't gone senile. Not just yet, at least. My mind might start giving up on me if I keep jumping through all of these dreams. But that's something I can worry about later. For the present, I've got to deal with this. Shit. Noah sighed. He hadn't told Asher about Kaine because he had known it would cause problems. The pair of them had never liked one another. I wonder why. Kaine disliked Asher because he knew how Asher had treated Noah, and as for Asher, well, Noah wasn't sure what Asher had against him, but maybe he hated Kaine on principle, simply because he was Noah's friend. Asher was petty enough to take against people, solely because they associated with his younger brother. I think he honestly just has a problem with every single person on this planet. Minus Ruben, I guess. It slipped your mind, huh? Asher didn't look convinced by Noah's excuse, but he didn't press it. That's actually shocking. Instead, he sighed. Well, it's probably my fault. I forgot that your head is so far up your own ass that, or with all of your artwork and shit, that you don't stop to consider anyone else. And her parents did just die. Look, I forgot. Sorry. But I grew up here just as much as you did. If I want to bring someone else with me, I can. I'm trying to plan a funeral and sort through the belongings of our dead parents, Noah. I'd say that calls for letting someone know you're bringing a friend over. Whatever, your being inconsiderate is nothing new. Can you not function by yourself? Fuck off, Asher. Fuck off. You're always like, hostile. like, ranked up to, like, 1,000%. Like, calm the fuck down. I can function just fine, thank you. Can you now? Asher snorted. That's news to me. I thought you were still wasting away in that grotty little apartment of yours while Kaine babied you. But what do I know? Maybe things have changed. I think I've changed a fair amount since we last saw one another. You're the one who hasn't changed. You think? I'll take that as a compliment, given I've been getting fuck all sleep lately. It's not easy, you know, trying to arrange a funeral for your parents while keeping up with your grades and working part-time jobs. Says the guy who's fucking failing out of his school. Not that you know anything about hard work, of course. We might be so back. So back? For what? You just ran away and spent all of your time drawing pictures while Kaine handled all the difficult stuff, huh? Okay, that's a little bit true. That is a little bit true. Asher, you... Hey! Kaine interjected before Noah could retort, his hands balled into fists. How about you try watching your mouth for once? I understand that you should have been told I was coming. Noah should have mentioned it, but that's no reason to start giving him shit. I shall check Discord in a bit then. You're not the only one whose parents died. Have a little empathy for once in your miserable little life. Well, I know that. I think I'm the only one out of the two of us who gives a damn, though. And what makes you think... Or what makes you say that, huh? Lots of reasons. The chief one being that Noah didn't try and contact me until a week after he'd heard they died. I don't know about you, but that doesn't exactly scream dutiful son to me. Since I'm the oldest, I was the one who was stuck taking care of everything. And do you know what? Asher pressed on without waiting for a reply, a muscle twitching beneath his neck. I'm getting pretty fucking sick of doing all the hard work around here. I've been busting my ass off while you've been... Who the fuck knows? Crying into Kaine's shirt? Get a fucking life and live for yourself for once, or maybe you're too busy forgetting August that you're using him as a replacement? Keep his name out of your mouth, you piece of shit. Kaine and I are just friends. Sure, that's what they all say. Did you even wait until his body was cold to move on? Asher might not have struck Noah, but his words had... God, Asher. You don't fucking know shit, do you? But his words had a heft to them which left Noah feeling dazed, almost breathless. Noah raised his fist, but Kaine caught hold of his arm before he could do any damage. Talking about Kaine's death was a low blow, even coming from Asher. Asher had been cruel to Noah while they were young and had often been sadistic, but would he really stoop so low as to use August's death as a gotcha? Apparently so. Apparently so. I wouldn't blame Kaine if he fucking beat the shit out of Asher right now, because I kind of want to. August's death. Did I say Kaine's death? So many names are getting thrown out that my brain's like, plus I'm also like, did I say Kaine's death? Well, I meant August's death. I got Kaine on my brain, okay? Okay, well, it's August's death. I'm sorry, okay? I'm emotional right now, and Asher's pissing me the fuck off. My brain is literally, like, getting hot. I can feel it. Kaine isn't dead. He's right here, thank God. Asher himself had been the one to give him a lift to the hospital when... Noah was so stunned he could no longer formulate words. Speech was an ability which had been lost to him. Instead, he sat there, gawping like a goldfish while Asher continued, on and on and on. I guess that's about as much as I can expect from a guy like you, though. You self-centered prick. Says the self-centered prick. How about you shut your mouth before I shut it for you? He scowled at his older brother, feeling angrier than he had in a long time. For many years after August's death, Noah's emotions had been curiously blunted. He had been able to feel anger, but it hadn't flared up with the same intensity as it had during his teenage years. He simply hadn't the energy for it. It was difficult now, however, with Asher. Noah's anger was white hot, and it seared. I hope he fucking goes off on him, please. His whole body trembled from it. Don't lose your cool, Noah. No, lose it, please, please. Just fucking lose it. That would defeat the whole purpose of purpose in coming here. I have to try and diffuse the tension somehow. Maybe we can still find some common ground? Noah took a deep breath, hoping that this would be enough to steady himself. Then he responded to his older brother's provocations, doing his best to keep his voice from wavering. I thought you wanted to meet me here so we could talk. I am talking to you, and to Loverboy here too. I'm opening my mouth and words are coming out. Doesn't that count? God, he always was a smug bastard. I'd almost forgotten. Seeing him in that dream, looking so vulnerable, must have thrown me. He sure as hell isn't acting vulnerable right now, though. Oh, please, don't give me that. You and I both know what you're doing isn't talking. You're just treating me like you always have, like I'm less than dirt for doing something as simple as bringing a friend over. It's not a crime. This house doesn't just belong to you. It is when we have so much to discuss between us, yeah? What the fuck? What the hell does that mean? Then start discussing. All of this arguing is a waste of time. This is a discussion for family. Since when are you and I family? Huh. Well, you have a point. Look, I don't have to hang around. I can go find something else to do and leave you two to talk for a while. I'm not in the fucking mood anymore. I'd rather drink paint thinner than talk to you. I'd rather you drink paint thinner too. Why don't you do us all a favor? It would spare me the headache of having to deal with you. It doesn't matter what I say or what I do. I'm going to be made out as the bad guy as per usual. Well, maybe if you didn't make yourself the bad guy. You fucker? Exactly. Well, maybe if you didn't act like the bad guy, you wouldn't be one. Here I was, ready to settle down with you over a drink and have a big, long talk all about our parents and about our feelings and shit. But when I said I wanted to talk, I meant I wanted to talk to you, Noah, not you and plus one. I'm not arranging a wedding here, you know? I'm arranging a fucking funeral. You have a clip? I know you're pretty shit at reading the room, since you've been holed up inside a room for years on end, but funerals are supposed to be private family affairs. It's not a fucking free-for-all. Roll up, ladies and gentlemen, to watch our family being lowered into the cold, hard ground. I mean, people invite non-family to funerals all the time, and God forbid Noah needs some fucking support. Come for the grieving and stay for the egg sandwiches at the wake afterwards. I have enough shit on my plate to deal with. What with trying to get this all arranged without having to babysit one of your friends. Noah had been quiet during his older brother's tirade, not knowing when to jump in or even more importantly, if he should. Picardy, hello and welcome. Asher's voice had trailed off, however. His recriminations were replaced with heavy breathing. He must have tired himself out. Just like a baby throwing a temper tantrum. And Asher's supposed to be the older brother. Would it kill him to act a little more mature? I'm not the one overcomplicating anything. You are. You know that Kaine's never been a bother. I mean, hell, even Mom liked him and she never liked any of my other friends. I don't think she'd have any issue with him showing up to the funeral. He's probably better than either of us at playing. Wow. Hey, yo. You're on 6 months. Nice, nice. Celebrate 6 months. Woohoo! And the frickin' alerts still aren't showing up. What the heck? Thank you for that. I needed a little break from this like very emotional charged scene that's like literally getting my head hot. Gotta use that Prime sub. Gotta use it. You may have noticed, Bacardi, but I have, like, updated all my overlays and shit. So I was supposed to have new alerts as well. And they're all set up in, like, Twitch, but for some reason they're not popping off. So, I may have to... Actually, now that I think about it. Oh, shit. Don't mind me for a second. I'm gonna go to a black screen. Now that I think about it, if I refresh the cache, that helped with trigger fire yesterday. Okay, now I'm gonna go back to gaming. There we go. Oh, it did? You saw it? I don't think I heard it. I was supposed to hear it. Ooh, welp. Oh, well. Oh, mobile. Yeah. Hard to see much of anything on mobile. That is very true. That's very true. Oh, okay. Back to the scene that's pissing me off because of Asher. I want to like Asher because, I get it. The logical part of my brain gets it. That's Waterdo's reaction to subs. Twitch's reaction to subs is the alert that, this... Let me do it again. I just refreshed the caches in OBS, so hopefully that will do it. Because trigger fire wasn't, when I was testing it yesterday, to like see its placement on the screen, it wasn't popping up whenever I would redeem it. But I refreshed the cache and then it started showing up. So maybe I just need to do that for the alerts as well. So what you were supposed to see was this with your name in it, not my name. But yeah. So with a wasp-infected cactus. Yep. Like I'm like 1,000,000,000% sure that while their parents were pulling shit that we could see with like Noah, with mom always saying like, why can't you be more like Asher? And father being a dick, that where we couldn't see that they were doing the same shit to Asher, why can't you be like Noah? And like pitting them against each other. Oh, you did see the box? Okay, so did it pop up? Didn't hear the sound though. Strange. The alerts. Twitch alerts. Monitor and output. Yeah. Well, we'll see. You heard it that time though, when I tested it, right? Twitch just be weird, yeah, it's true. I mean, there's plenty of streamers I'll be watching and they're like, yeah, my alerts are being fucky today. And I'm just like, yeah, it just be like that sometimes. Especially when you like adjust anything, God forbid. Okay, back to this. Oh God. I don't think she'd have any issues with him showing up to the funeral. He's probably better than either of us at planning one of these things anyway. Maybe she wouldn't, but what she wants doesn't matter, does it? I don't know if you've gotten the memo, bro, but she's past caring about anything at this point. She's fucking dead. I know she's dead. I watch the news just like you do. I'm not an ignorant child. Oh, right. You watched the news, did you? Asher scoffed. Well, that's alright then. Good on you, Noah, for watching the fucking news. I'm glad you're not completely ignorant. But if you think you know what death looks like from a single news story, then you're dead fucking wrong. Bro? The person we loved died. You want to talk to me about knowing what death looks like? I've been grieving death for the past 6 years. I also want to throw him out a window. I'm trying so hard to sympathize with you, Asher, but you are making that impossible. You are a complicated character. I know this, but at the same time, my surface level thought is I want to, like, punch you in the dick. So, I beg your pardon? You might have heard about Mom and Dad's death on the news, but you didn't see them, not like I did. You saw them? I didn't have much of a choice. I'm the poor fucker who had to go see their bodies at the mortuary to confirm that, yes, it really was them. I had to miss a couple of lectures for that. It really threw me off. Okay, see? It's not Noah's fault that you're feeling this way. It's because of the situation. You can't blame Noah for any of this. But you are because he's here. And you're used to doing so because your parents always pit you guys against each other. I get it, that's hard, but for fuck's sake. Your initial reaction can't always be fucking anger. You need therapy, for fuck's sake. Y'all need therapy. Except for Kaine. Kaine's good. Kaine's like on the up and up. Everybody else, you'll need therapy. Good, now he can throw himself off a cliff. Yeah, death threw him off, so now he can throw himself off a cliff. Liar, you were missing your lectures already. I heard about it already from Miss Pearson. Okay, thank you for the lurk. We will be here. Being mad at Asher. I heard about it already from Miss Pearson. You say I don't understand the gravity of the situation, but I'm not the one using our parents' death to excuse my own bad habits. Seeing Mom and Dad, though, lying on a couple of slabs like that, like meat in the window of a butcher shop. Asher shuddered. Convulsions ran through his body, and for a few moments, Noah almost felt sorry for his older brother. Those feelings were soon extinguished, however, when a grim-faced Asher rounded on him. That's what death really looks like, Noah. It's rigor mortis and black, lifeless eyes, and you thought you knew. People who used to hug you and scold you and tuck you into bed at night, being reduced to shells of their former selves. It's much, much more vivid than anything you'd ever see on a TV screen. It's much more visceral. It all felt like some sort of bad joke, that, or a nightmare. But it wasn't. It was real. Our parents are dead. I saw them both with my own eyes while you were busy playing at being the sad, starving artist. I had to identify the bodies because you never would have bothered. You couldn't give a shit. Can you blame him? They treated him like garbage. So did you. You've always been so self-obsessed, even after our parents have both up and fucking died. Parents fucking deserved it, for fucking real. I suppose it doesn't matter to you, though. God, you have so many assumptions about Noah. You don't bother to actually know him. Oh, God. This gets me so hot under the collar and not the good kind. Ay, ay, ay. You've only ever cared about August. Asher. Noah stared his brother down, his nostrils flaring. I've had enough of this. How many times do you want our conversation to go in circles talking about the same shit over and over again? Yes, I should have told you. Yes, that's my bad. No, that doesn't mean you can bring up every single fucking thing from my past to try to hurt me. I'm here. If you want to talk, let's talk. If you don't, fine by me. I have plenty of other shit to do in this godforsaken town. Right, more important shit than your parents' funeral. You really are a heartless fucking bastard. Yeah, well, I doubt you're doing this out of the goodness of your own heart either. You need money, don't you? You want to wrap this up quickly so you can sell off the house, I bet. You motherfucker. Okay, I think that's enough arguing. You have nothing to do with this. Kaine's voice was remarkably cool, so much so, Noah couldn't help but feel in awe of Kaine. He's a lot more collected than I could ever be. Maybe if I kept my calm like this, when Asher used to bully me, he wouldn't have been so aggressive about it. Maybe not, but attacking each other isn't going to help anyone. All right, Mr. Moral High Ground. Look, I'm only here because I thought Noah would appreciate the company, that's all. And why do you think he'd need company, huh? He has me. Yes, well, therein lay the root of my concerns. You guys haven't ever been close. There's no use disputing that. I thought that if things went south, he might want someone to confide in. I don't intend to get in the way, though. I won't tell you how to prepare your parents' own funeral. Please don't mind me. Don't mind you. Asher echoed Kaine's sentiment, his voice sliding up a whole octave in disbelief. Right. Don't mind the near stranger sitting in my parents' home, or my parents' house while they lie dead, uh-huh. God, your head is so far up your own ass. I swear to fucking God. Which is ironic, because that's what he said about Noah. Not to stir the pot or anything, but as you said literally 2 minutes ago, they're dead. I don't think they'll mind it all that much. Thanks for all your support, jackass. Man, you must be so happy to be at Noah's side, huh? We're friends. Of course I am. Yeah, sure. Friends, whatever. Haha, you must have been so happy when August died, huh? Excuse me? I said you must have been happy when that blonde kid died. I mean, now you have Noah to yourself. I would never be happy about that. He and I were friends. Are you telling me you didn't wish he'd just disappear at least once? Will you just leave Kaine alone? You're being an insensitive prick right now. Asher once again directed his glare at Noah, his eyes narrowed and his face pale. At that moment, Asher really was living up to his name. Yeah. He definitely looked Ashen. Funny coming from you. How anyone actually wants to be friends with you, I don't think I'll ever understand. You've always been a moody little shit, and it only got worse through the years, I see. God, I hope somebody mentions Ruben right now. Please mention Ruben. But nobody seems to care. The feelings are mutual. Oh, wait, do you even have any friends left? Here we go. Noah felt something almost snap inside him. Asher's constant beration was beginning to wear on him. I have plenty more friends than you do. His voice was defensive and surprised, as if he hadn't expected Noah to say anything in return. I seriously doubt that. The only person who could ever put up with you was Ruben. So, where is he? Don't talk about him. Oh, you're allowed to talk shit, or to shit talk August, but I can't even mention Ruben? Sounds a little unfair to me. Unfair? What's unfair is that you took away the one fucking good thing I had in this life. The one person I cared about. What are you talking about? You did all that by yourself. You're looking for someone to blame, but you chased him away with your own actions. I know that because you told me. God, you're way more honest in your dreams. So what if I was a little mean to you? You needed it. Like I needed a fucking knife in my back. If Ruben threw you aside like a used tissue, then you deserved it. Fine, I'm a total piece of shit who doesn't deserve anyone. Glad you realized. But to be honest, even I don't think that's true. I also don't think that's true, but you're making it so fucking hard. So fucking hard, Asher. I can't fucking stand you. The energy behind his voice was mostly gone. All that remained was a quiet, tired hate. I know, it's not like you ever tried to hide it. You're not telling me anything I haven't already been aware of. I was hoping you might be able to tell me something new, which is why I agreed to see you. But if you can't talk to me in a civil manner, I don't really see the point. So fucking hard. Yes. Yes. And not even a good kind of hard. We're just hashing out the same tired arguments we've always had. Why did you even invite me here if you just wanted to attack me again? You could have done that over the phone and spared me the journey. Oh please, don't act so fucking hard done by. You wouldn't know a real hardship if it smacked you across the face. Are you shitting me right now? The person we loved died. And I don't know shit about hardship? You don't know shit, Asher. Sometimes I'd rather you smack me across the face than argue like this. Well, if you insist, just try it, Asher, and see what happens. Defend your man, Kaine. Ha, so the little guard dog has fangs after all. Was that supposed to be a threat? Do you want to find out? Kaine cracked his knuckles menacingly. He didn't take a step forward, but the promise of pain was enough to make Asher take an uneasy step back. Damn straight. Damn straight. Fucking posturing asshole. The moment you get some actual blowback, you're like, huh. Asher might have been tall himself, but he wasn't as tall as Kaine, and neither was he muscular. If a fight did erupt between them, it was obvious who would win. Asher didn't stand a chance. Asher, that's enough. You're just being pathetic. You think? Asher snorted. If one of us is pathetic, I'd say it's you. You barely even know the best friend. You barely even know the best friend at your side. Hilarious coming from you. You didn't only push away Ruben, but Daisy too, right? How the fuck do you know Daisy? Wouldn't you like to know? She had some choice words about you. She liked you a lot, and you only had eyes for Ruben, I heard. I don't think you're in the boat to be complaining about best friends caring too much about each other. Tef wants to get dominated by Noah. Yeah, I'm sure Kaine would take anything from Noah at this point. And also, thank you, Noah, for saying the silent bit out loud. The moment we were in that dream, where we were in Asher's dream, I was like, there's something between Ruben and Asher here. I don't know if it was coming from Ruben at all, but it was definitely coming from Asher. Shut the fuck up, you wouldn't understand. I think I understand perfectly. Maybe Ruben would forgive you if you, I don't know, tried to make a change? Here comes the backup again. Ha, you always had backup. Mom was always on your side when we were kids. She was not. How many times do I have to tell you that's not true? She always compared me to you, always complained I wasn't you, always hyped up every single one of your stupid fucking actions while looking down her nose at me. I don't believe you. Why not? Because she did the exact same to me. Oh, Asher, Noah scored so well on his test, and Asher, why can't you be as creative as Noah? I'm sick of it. If she could do it to you, why don't you think she could not do it to Noah? How are you so blind to the fact that your parents were just pieces of fucking garbage? And I've been saying this from the get-go, that they were she especially, the mom. I don't know about the dad so much, but the mom definitely was just like always pitting them against each other. I've been saying this from the beginning. Here's my confirmation. Asher, why did you drive your brother off? He ran away all because of you. But now I never have to hear it again, I suppose. I didn't realize she was playing us both. Well, that is if you're not lying. I'm not. Don't you think it's a little late to bother lying about this when our parents are both dead? Fuck, she always was a crazy bitch. Oh, we finally agree on something. That's an understatement. Though the two stood still across from each other, oh my god, I can't read. Though the two still stood across from each other, hostile, just a tiny bit of the tension eased up for just a moment that the two brothers found solace in the other's suffering. Look, I'm not fucking happy you brought company when I wanted to sit down and work all this shit out with you. But I should have expected it. We can still talk about it. Nah. I'm not feeling it today. And I don't have any desire to hang around here with you two and your unresolved fucking feelings. He turned, heading back towards the entryway. Asher? Hey, wait, where are you going? Dunno. Don't care. Enjoy the place while we still have it. Oh, for fuck's sake. Yeah, this doesn't help Asher. Honestly, I do think y'all need to, like, take a break and cool down, but this also it's just avoidance. It's not gonna help anything. Noah exhaled through his nostrils, begging the universe as he did for inner peace. The universe, of course, did not answer. Getting tired of their fucking bullshit. It never did. Well, so much for that. You can't just go, we've only just got here. We've barely had a chance to discuss anything. I think we've discussed plenty. No, you have not. I don't have anything else to say today. We can work out the funeral and shit later. I'm too fucking tired. Asher's fingers wound tightly about the handle of the front door. Sharply, he pulled it down. The lock clicked. Then, Asher stepped outside. It was late, and the sky beyond the house was dark. They really don't deserve a funeral. They deserve like cremation with nobody there to witness it, and just let the ashes just sit at the bottom of the crematorium so that they constantly burn over and over again while other bodies get cremated until they're just like absolute, I don't even want to say dust, because that's in my username, and how dare they become dust, until they become ash. Yay. The front garden swarmed with shadows which soon swallowed Asher whole. Noah wondered where Asher would spend the night. Did he have a plan? Maybe he would stay at a hotel, provided he had the money for it. It didn't seem to matter too much, though, what Asher did. He just wanted to escape. Well, I can't exactly blame him for that. The atmosphere in here is pretty tense. It's not my fault, though. I'm not the one who started this. I never started any of this. Asher's always had it out for me. At least I can almost understand why now. It would be like my mother to set us against each other. Oof, that scared me. Yeah, forgotten ashes. Correct. That's what I want them to become. Never swept up and put in an urn. Never even cared about. Just there to rot until they literally become nothing. The front door slammed shut behind Asher with a thud. Then there was nothing. Nothing except deep, dark silence. A lot of silence, yep. Noah didn't know, in Asher's absence, what to do. He didn't know what to say. He felt hollow and empty, like a crab whose meat had been scooped out. Ooh, that's a visceral image. There was one thing, however, he was certain of. So, Asher hates me. Nothing new there. So why does it feel so shitty this time around? Noah looked at his feet, his brow furrowed. Then, feeling more than a little lost, he mumbled, "Well, that could have gone better." "You're telling me." Kaine snorted. The guy was being a grade 8 asshole, as per usual. Actually, I think he might have been behaving like an even bigger asshole than usual. Maybe it's the funeral preparations. It must be taking a lot out of him. Okay, but for real though, I'd have the KS6 everywhere in that house just out of spite. I gotta make sure that that's seen on OBS. It's my favorite comment of the night. I would too. Fucking just cum everywhere. Cum and lube. Smeared on the walls. Asher can come back and be like... Ugh. It sounds stressful. I'm sure it is. He still didn't need to say all of that shit to you, though. It's not your fault your parents died. I know. I'm sure Asher knows that, too. I guess he just wasn't thinking very logically. Does he ever? He doesn't seem to be the kind of person. Pfft, no shit. Kaine scoffed. So much for being an honor student, huh? He really let himself slide. I guess. Noah frowned. Being told by his older brother, in no uncertain terms, that he was hated was painful, but this wasn't the only remark of Asher's that Noah found himself dwelling on. It's hard to believe, since my mother always used to compare me to Asher, but I really can't imagine him being jealous of me. He always had everything. He always seemed like he had everything. This wasn't a possibility Noah had ever considered before. Why would Asher, after all, be envious of him? What did Noah have that he didn't? Noah couldn't wrap his head around it. But it was obvious now that Asher thought there was something to envy in his younger brother. This petty, caustic envy had been welling up inside Asher unchecked for years and years. I'm gonna call it right now. What he's jealous of is Kaine. That Noah has Kaine in his life. Because he picked up on Kaine having feelings for Noah, like, immediately. That was, like, the first thing that came out of his mouth. And because I'm pretty damn sure Asher has feelings for Ruben, and again, I don't know if Ruben has any feelings for him in return. But it's just like him seeing that Noah's best friend has feelings for him, and Asher's best friend doesn't have feelings for him back. That would be something to be jealous of. Especially if he's known Ruben for years and years. He is still a bitch for that. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm pretty sure I told this story when that scene came up. Or at least during one of these playthroughs. But yeah, I had a teacher snatch up some art of mine during like the last 5 minutes of class because there was nothing else to do. So I'm just sitting there doodling, minding my own goddamn business, and she comes up, snatches it, throws it in the garbage, saying that I should be working on schoolwork. And I almost got up and punched a bitch. I was in 8th grade, and I almost punched a teacher. I was bigger and stronger than she was. I would have hit hard, but fuck me. And especially knowing that I'm on the spectrum these days, I'm like, you fucking bitch. You're lucky I don't lean that far towards like the violent outbursts for being on the spectrum, but if I were, ooh, she would have gotten a black eye that day. And then I would have been suspended. Or expelled, who knows. But honestly, would have been worth it. Would have been worth it. It was only now, after their parents' death, that it had all come bubbling to the surface. Asher had said things, a lot of things, which couldn't be taken back. The next time Noah talked to his older brother, it would have to be with the knowledge he had gleaned from that conversation, that Asher couldn't stand him. How were they supposed to reconcile things now? Noah had hoped, in seeing Asher again, they might be able to bury the hatchet. This, however, was wishful thinking. Kaine was right. I shouldn't have expected anything. I told myself I wasn't expecting anything, but clearly I let myself get carried away. Do this shit like that, and ones that use this behavior wouldn't be tolerated in college. Yeah, God. And her and the teacher that her classroom was like attached to were like the two worst teachers in that entire middle school. I think she was worse than the other teacher, but just barely. She was awful. Oh my god. And like, this wouldn't be tolerated in college. The amount of bullshit that teachers in like elementary school and middle schools, even high schools, would say, being like, oh, you couldn't do that in college. It's like, that's fucking bullshit. That's fucking bullshit. There's plenty you could do in college. Boy, oh boy. Anyway. But I told myself I wasn't expecting anything, but clearly I let myself get carried away. I got my hopes up. What a stupid thing to do around Asher, of all people. Why did I think he would ever change? Noah sighed. If I dropped down dead tomorrow, I don't think Asher would care at all. In fact, I think he would be glad to be rid of me. I always knew he hated me, but I never knew he hated me quite this much. The rest of the night after Asher's sudden departure could only be described as awkward. In his absence, Asher seemed to have taken all of the air with him, leaving Noah breathless. Excuse me. He felt tense and on... Oh my goodness. Water! Water! Me. Are we good now? Can I talk? Can I talk? Okay. Whew. Scroll down. I feel like I missed one. Nope, leaving Noah breathless. Okay. That was where I left off. He felt tense and on the edge, every bit as panicked as a small, vulnerable animal. Every time he heard a car passing by outdoors, he wondered whether it might be Asher, come to apologize for the way he had treated him. But, of course, it never was Asher, and even if it had been, Noah knew his older brother would never have apologized to him. Asher didn't really do apologies. I bet he didn't even apologize to Ruben after he upset him so much. It's obvious that Asher still hung up about it, but he won't talk to him. He won't even try to make amends. I'm not sure if he's stubborn or just plain awkward. Or maybe a bit of both. Huh. When I think about it like that, maybe I'm not so dissimilar to Asher after all. Kaine, noticing Noah's melancholy mood, tried to cheer him up as best as he could. Alrighty, you have some good EP time. I will be here for a while. Still got 2 more visual novels I want to work on. As best as he could. He whipped up a pasta dish for dinner with whatever ingredients he could scrounge in the kitchen. There wasn't much to work with. And then he served it. The food was good, Noah supposed, but his stomach was tied into knots and it was difficult to appreciate it. This is like the 3rd or 4th meal that Kaine has made him that Noah just can't appreciate because the mood does not allow the appetite to be there. I'm feeling bad for Kaine's dishes. He spent so much of the mealtime pushing the food around his plate, something which made Kaine frown. If we're going to do any investigating tomorrow, you need to get some food in you. You're as skinny as anything. I know, I'm just not hungry. Kaine's eyes penetrated Noah's from across the tabletop, and Noah nodded. I thought you'd say that. That was my mother's favorite comeback, too, when we were waiting for Dad to come back home. She cooked all of these fancy meals, but she hardly ever ate any of them. She just pecked at them like a bird. The whole thing was pretty distressing, I suppose is the word. Oh. Noah frowned. He knew all about Kaine's parents' divorce, but Kaine hadn't mentioned it in years, and Noah, subsequently, hadn't thought of it. Maybe he believed that because Kaine wasn't talking about it, Kaine no longer cared about it. Well, of course he cares. This is his only family we're talking about here. I'm, sorry, It's alright. You didn't do anything wrong, not when it comes to my parents at least. You are doing something wrong now, though. I am? You're not eating. I didn't slave over a hot stove for nothing, you know. I know, I appreciate it, but no one nudged just spaghetti with his fork. It was covered in a viscous red sauce, one which looked far too vivid. It was alarmingly red, just like a bloodied knee. Ooh, ooey. I know he's just an asshole and I shouldn't care, but I do. Asher won't be happy about this. About you eating? Kaine tutted. I know you and your brother don't get along too well, but not even he would be mad at you for consuming food, hopefully. It's a basic human right. Unless he wants you to starve to death. I don't know what Asher wants. Maybe he'd be happy if I died, though. It'd be one less thing for him to trouble himself with. But no, I meant Asher's the one who bought all this food. He'd be pissed when he sees we've been going through the cupboards. Well, that's his problem. He's the one who invited you here. I think he'd like to uninvite me now, though. Probably, but it's really not your fault if your brother wants to be a dick. I know it's easier said than done, but don't let it get to you. I'll try not to. Noah did try too, but trying not to worry about Asher felt impossible. I always knew he didn't like me, but I didn't know he hated me that much. It stings. Noah didn't finish his dinner, but he ate as much of it as he could muster. Not wanting to throw the leftovers away, Kaine unearthed a plastic container from one of the cupboards and scraped the food into it. He sealed it and stashed it back in the fridge. Then, he and Noah began to wash and dry the dishes. It was mindless work that Noah appreciated at that moment. Just to do something with his hands and not think for a minute was the break his brain needed. When he was done, he looked around the kitchen, then the living room. Nothing looked different. In fact, he was surprised at how everything seemed to be exactly the same as when he left. For some reason, he expected everything to have changed. For all the furniture to be new, or rearranged at the very least, but no. All these years, while Noah was stuck in the past, it seemed like his house was too. Noah might have been raised here, but it had been years since he had last been back here. He felt like an outsider. It would have been hard to regain, or to relax regardless, but his argument with Asher still gnawed at him. We should get some sleep soon, Noah. It's getting pretty late, and, well, I feel like tomorrow is going to be a busy day. Oh, right. Noah glanced at his phone, then nodded. It was past 11 p.m. How had it gotten so late? Well, there's a few bedrooms around, but I can just take the couch. That feels like a waste when there's so many beds. Eating his food is one thing, but sleeping in Asher's bed would feel like a step too far. And I'd really rather not sleep where your parents used to, even if their bed would be more comfortable than the couch. It'd feel kind of wrong. Noah understood these arguments and didn't press Kaine, even if he was worried about Kaine's back. It couldn't have been good for him doing all of that driving only to spend the night in such uncomfortable conditions. Maybe it would have been better if we'd stayed at a hotel instead. But it's too late to worry about that now. Noah did wonder briefly whether he should have invited Kaine to share his bed, but decided against it. That would have seemed too intimate. We might have shared a bed when we were teenagers, but that was a long time ago. It was a different time back then. We were different. I'm scared. Of what? Asher? He won't do shit to you while I'm here. Not of Asher. Or not Asher. Of all of this. He motioned around the room to everything. Scared to even go back in my room. Well, I'm here. I'm not going anywhere. I can come with you if just to take a look at what they changed. Oh. Right. All my old furniture is probably gone. Kaine brought me some of my old stuff a while after I ran away, but I left a lot here. I guess Mom would have gotten rid of all of it as soon as possible. Thanks. I'd appreciate that, actually. Side by side, the pair walked towards Noah's bedroom, like no time had passed at all. Noah's footfalls were heavy, and his body felt like lead. He hadn't done much other than sit in Kaine's car, but he felt exhausted. It can be exhausting being a fucking passenger in a car. You're not really able to move your body all that much. You're kind of stuck in like one position, no matter how much you try to adjust yourself. And for me personally, when I'm not like in control of the vehicle, I'm always like very conscious of everything about the vehicle and outside the vehicle. So it's like my brain's like going 3,000 miles per hour. It's exhausting. His room, like the rest of the house, hadn't changed at all since he had been away. It looked like it had been preserved, in fact, in pristine condition, almost as though his parents had been waiting for him to return. Even the bed had been freshly made. Other people's parents might have turned their children's old bedrooms into storage rooms once they moved out, but not his. That's strangely sentimental. I thought my mother couldn't wait to be rid of me. Maybe she's scared, or maybe she cared more than I thought. I don't know. Wow, it hasn't changed a bit. There's not even a hint of dust. There's a little bit of hint of dust. It's me. The doki-ing dust. I'm all over that bedroom. Kaine walked ahead of Noah, his eyes passing over the various items that Noah had left behind. There wasn't a lot in here, but there wasn't a lot that Noah owned as a teenager anyway. His television still sat as impressive as always. Noah almost wanted to take it back home with him. It was much larger than the old box he'd found on the side of the road he used at home. Various manga and novels he'd enjoyed growing up sat next to his old computer. He ran a finger over the top of it and was surprised again to find no dust. Excuse me, sir. I'm right here. I'm right here. Stop ignoring me. Why would she bother keeping it clean? Well, maybe she was always hoping you'd come home. I doubt that. I was nothing but a disappointment to her. I'm not trying to excuse any of her insane actions, but, well, I would be surprised if she didn't still love you. Noah hadn't wanted to think about that. The fact that, even through the things she had put him through, the way she had treated him, she might still love him dearly. Yeah. Person can treat you so fucked up and still have, like, affection for you. Still love you, and that's probably more messed up than anything else. Thinking of that would only complicate how he felt about his parents passing. If she loved me, I don't understand how she could have made me so miserable. Maybe. How can you hurt someone you love so much, though? Kaine went quiet for a moment at Noah's question. Noah hadn't really expected an answer. He mostly wanted to vocalize his thoughts to the universe. A lot of people hurt the ones they love without even trying. Not that I want to justify her actions. I wouldn't dare. But, well, it's interesting that everything is so perfectly preserved. Yeah. Noah opened the drawer of his desk, looking through the variant items he'd stuffed in there. Old pens, erasers, half-written notes. He almost smiled looking at them. There was something nostalgic about discovering items that were inherently common and boring here. There were items he would use every day. He never appreciated these things. Moving them aside, he found something else, a card of some kind. But Kaine's voice interrupted him from across the room. Wow, would you look at that? Proof that we actually knew each other growing up. I thought I'd never see these photos again. Noah picked up the card, but put it down on his bed for a moment and joined Kaine. He held a small photo album that predated their high school days. Kaine flicked through the pages, smiling as he revisited years' worth of memories. The far majority of the pictures showed a much younger Noah and Kaine, side by side. In one, Kaine wrapped his arm around Noah's shoulders and grinned wildly at the camera, while Noah looked absolutely embarrassed to be there. In another, the two sat on swings, competing to see who could go higher. In the third, Noah's mother had taken a photo of the two having a sleepover. Noah clung tightly to Kaine as they both slept with their mouths open, snoring slightly. Aw, that's adorable. How embarrassing. I thought it was cute. Look, even back then you depended on me. Aw, it's been so long. Do you remember when we first met? How could I not? I thought you were a flashy show-off and I hated you. Well, I thought you were a boring introvert. Noah cracked a smile. I think we were both pretty accurate. Maybe one of us more than the other. Yeah, me. Ha, you wish. The two boys smiled. It almost felt like no time had passed at all, that these two smiling boys looking back at them still existed. Kaine's eyes traveled to the bed where the card Noah had left still sat. You kept that? Noah picked it back up. On the front was a giant red heart, badly cut out. Honestly, for a moment, Noah thought that it looked like rather than cut out, the creator had chewed the heart. He opened it up, laughing at the message within. It was a Valentine's Day card Kaine had given him when they were no more than 14, as a joke. Was it as a joke, though? Happy Valentine's Day, Noah. I knew no one else would give you a card, so like the saint I am, I decided to make you one. No need to thank me. I forgot I even gave you this. Wow. Wow. You've always been such an asshole. But a likable one. Yeah, well, that too, I guess. You were right, you know. No one else gave me a card or anything. Kaine beamed. Lucky you had me to be your Valentine, huh? Yeah. Noah could feel his cheeks heating up slightly. The room suddenly felt very small and very humid. He walked over to the window and slid it open. A cool breeze from outside ruffled his hair as he faced away from Kaine. It was a joke card. There's no need to get all flustered like this, 10 years later. Noah cast his gaze out of the large window, which looked into the house opposite. August had lived in that house once, alongside his father, Jasper. But Jasper had left, and August was not coming back. A brand new family was probably living in that house now, a new kid that walked up and down the mountain every day to go to school. It had been 5 years or so since they had come back here. A lot had probably changed. Have I changed? Noah wasn't sure about that. I might look different, but when I think about August, it still hurts. Baby boy, it's probably always going to hurt, even if just a little bit as time goes on. But that doesn't mean you can't move on. Ugh. Especially when you have Kaine right fucking there. Ugh. My dick. Oof. Oof. Okay. And... alright. He willed the occupant of the room opposite to draw back their curtains so he could see into the room, see just how much August's old bedroom had changed. But the seconds trickled by, and the curtains in the house opposite remained stubbornly closed. As if I'll be able to wrench them open through sheer willpower alone. What's wrong with me? The sudden urge to see what exactly had happened to August's room was overwhelming, but Noah swallowed it. There was no point clinging to the past, even if it was the main reason he had returned to his hometown in the first place. He heard footsteps coming up behind him. August's house, huh? Not anymore. You've gotten better at talking about it, about him lately. Have I? You'd get furious before if anyone even said his name or mentioned his passing. I suppose I've come to accept it a little, this world without him. Noah sat down, and a moment later Kaine sat down next to him. I used this CG for another thumbnail, but now I'm gonna have to like switch that out because this is gonna be the thumbnail for this VOD. That's for damn sure. I know it's hard. Loss is so impossibly hard. Noah found himself leaning against or over towards Kaine without even noticing what he was doing. It was a natural thing to depend on Kaine. He was always there. He would never leave him or betray him. He was a stone wall that couldn't be weathered. He was an unmoving force, a great mountain rooted so firmly in reality that no wave, no quake could budge him. I just realized he's wearing like a necklace. It almost looks like a pearl necklace. That's how Noah pictured Kaine, a perfectly solid, firm person that you could lean on no matter how hard things got. Noah hadn't wanted to lean on him in years. He didn't even want to see Kaine. But why not? They were friends, the best of friends. They knew each other long, long before August came into the picture. So why was it so hard to look at him? Was it guilt? Could it be fear of being left behind by him too? Noah wasn't sure. Do you remember that time I turned up here in the middle of the night? Of course I do. It was raining so hard and you were drenched. I'm sorry about that, you know? Turning up like that, then disappearing. I was really worried about you back then. I guess that's how you usually feel about me, huh? You do make me worry. A lot. Sorry. Yeah, well, I'm the mom friend for a reason. The way he said mom friend sounded almost sad, almost bitter. But that had to be Noah's imagination, right? No. It's because he's in love with you. He doesn't want to be just a friend, especially the mom friend. It's like, please see me as more than that. After all, Kaine would be the first to let anyone and everyone know how much of a mom friend he was. Does it ever get that hard? You're going to have to be a little more specific there. To have everyone rely on you, but no one to rely on yourself. Where's this coming from? Just thinking about it. You're the most dependable person I know, so it has to be hard, being that dependable. I like taking care of people, and you know that. But don't you ever need taken care of? Yeah. Kaine fell silent. He leaned back slightly, a heavy sigh escaping his lips. His eyes were trained on the sky outside, and Noah found himself watching his eyelashes, the curve of his lip as he spoke. Well, I'm fine, Noah. There's nothing you have to worry about. That's not an answer. No, I guess it's not. It could be hard. Sometimes I try too hard and I make things worse. Seeing the disappointment in their eyes, knowing they relied on me and I screwed up. Like with my mom. Noah frowned. Your mother was never disappointed in you. She blamed me for her divorce. I've never seen her so... angry isn't the word. More like lost. She wasn't herself then, but she still said words to me I'll never forget. And then there's you. A long time ago, you promised me you weren't going anywhere, and then you left just like that. Even when I chased after you, you spent years pushing me away. All I could do was wonder if I was doing the right thing. Sorry isn't enough, is it? But what else can I say? It's fine. Look, like I said to you, I'm fine. I'm the same flashy show-off I've always been. Noah didn't miss the strain in his voice, the thickness in his words. Even Kaine, Even he had the capability to lie. That was something no one knew, of course, but he hadn't expected. You can tell me when you're struggling. I'm not very good at looking after people. I'm a bit of a fucking mess, but I can still listen, even if I can't help. You know I can't do that. I'm your guardian angel, after all. How disappointing would it be if I needed you to rescue me? His words were in jest, but Kaine seemed drained of energy. He was probably too tired to act as the ever-cheerful support beam that he always did. Noah frowned to himself. I'm being serious right now. I know I'm not dependable like you. I know I'm a piece of shit that's been pushing you away for so many years. But I want to be there for you too. So please. Well, I'll try. Is being back here making you nostalgic or something? You're awfully, well, caring tonight. Noah's teeth ground against each other slightly. I've had a lot of time to think lately, which is funny because my world has suddenly gotten so busy. You would think all these years spent by myself in my apartment would have given me time to think, but no. You were there for me as a child, and you were there for me as an adult, so the least I can do now is pay back the favor. To his surprise, Kaine laughed slightly. You don't owe me any favors. I've never done anything I've done for you with that in mind. That might be even worse. Anyway, it means a lot that you care like this. We really should be getting some sleep, though, before things get too sappy between us, huh? Yeah, you've probably got a point. Don't stay up too late, okay? Yeah. Good night, Noah. He smiled back softly. Night. Oh, my heart. My heart. Kaine got up first, and Noah turned back over his shoulder to look at the brunette. Kaine closed his bedroom door behind him, leaving Noah alone in his room. He sighed heavily to himself. The past, it was a difficult thing, though he found himself talking about it, thinking about it, reliving it. It was still hard to accept that tomorrow he wouldn't meet up with his two bestest friends in the entire world, and walk down that mountain once again to school. Noah stared back at the window in the house next to his. Those dark curtains obscured everything beyond. What was happening in there right now? And what about that world 10 years from now, or 30? No matter how many times he tried to picture it, he couldn't. This place, it was so ingrained in the Noah of yesterday that he couldn't imagine it any other way. Will anyone remember me tomorrow? Yes, Kaine. Kaine will always remember you. His voice echoed lightly in the night air. Memories and dreams are similar like that, fleeting. Good things and bad, they all fade away as we grow and change and move on. You are growing, you are healing, you are learning, Noah. I'm so proud of you. I'll get frustrated with you once in a while, but I am proud of you. The thought should have been comforting, but instead, Noah felt a lump growing in his throat. The memories and the moments, they slipped through his fingers like water. His life ebbed away one day after the other. Time didn't stop for anybody. He was slipping into a new life, while the old one was swept away like dust on the wind. Like me, on the wind. Can't really imitate being swept away like dust on the wind, but that was me trying. And that felt terrible. Yeah. Growing, changing, things in your life, going away and new things coming in, it's hard. Living is hard. Standing, he closed the window and fell back onto his bed, staring at the ceiling. That familiar, flat, white ceiling. I wonder if my mom missed me. His eyelids felt awfully heavy all of a sudden. Darkness enveloped him. Sleep overtook him. This is their house? Wasn't this the CG used for Kaine? When his mom and dad were having dinner? Or am I mistaken? I could swear. Breakfast the following morning was an awkward, uncomfortable affair. Oh, yep, okay. Okay, I'm not mistaken here. Kaine's father was, as per usual, absent, having already left for work. So we're gonna get it like some more Kaine perspective, because hell yeah. That was what he claimed, but after the events of last night, Kaine wasn't so sure. He hadn't been sure about what exactly his father was getting up to in a long while, but he hadn't felt the need to voice his suspicions. He hadn't had any evidence, and anyway, his father had always been a workaholic. That vision or dream or whatever it was he had seen the night before suggested that his father had been doing more than just working in his plush, well-upholstered office. That's right. That's right. Kaine saw in his dream, or probably his dad's dream, that his dad be fucking the secretary or something. Also, I want to move the reminder. Like right over here. I can't see it, so I'm just going by the little box that's around the area in OBS. Hopefully that's good. Hopefully I remember to adjust it when it pops up again. Hopefully I see it when it pops up again. Ooh, we'll see. That vision or dream, whatever it was. Okay, yeah. We read that. We're good. It felt so real. It felt like I was actually there. That wasn't just a dream, was it? Unfortunately. It can't have been. That had to have been real, somehow. Kaine thought as he poked at his breakfast of the blonde woman with the cherry red lips. He saw her pose suggestively on his father's desk, her chest heaving, her blue eyes fringed with long, dark eyelashes. Kaine hadn't been able to get a good look at her face, but he had known instinctively that she was younger than his mother. Younger than she had any right to be. She was probably closer to my age than she was my dad's. Oh, we're in high school at the time, so God, I hope that means at least like 20. Yikes. I had no idea he was such a slimy bastard. What a mess. Kaine's stomach felt as though it had been tied in knots. He pushed his food around on his plate, but he couldn't bring himself to actually eat any of it. He worried if he tried, he would be sick. Kaine, dear? Kaine's mother, noticing her son's poor mood, looked at him anxiously from across the table. Her brow furrowed with concern, her whole face was furrowed. She couldn't hope to compete with the smooth-skinned blonde his father had been toying with, and her lips pursed. Are you alright? How could I be? This is going to hurt you so much. Yes, Mom, I'm fine. Are you sure, dear? You've hardly touched your breakfast, and you didn't eat very much last night either. Come to think of it. That can't be good for you. You're a growing boy, so you need to get more nutrients in you. You need them to fuel that fantastic brain of yours. She winked at him slightly, though all Kaine could do was look away in shame. It's fine, I'm just not in the mood. You aren't in the mood to eat? Kaine's mother raised an eyebrow. That's not like you at all, my baby boy. Is it not to your taste? Do you want me to cook you something else? No, Mom, it's not the food. You know I always enjoy your food. I'm just feeling a little sick this morning. Well, okay. I'll put some extra money in your account so you can buy yourself a treat at lunch. You know, other mothers at your preschool would complain that their children never wanted to eat their vegetables, but not you. You ate everything I made you, and you asked for seconds. Your father and I couldn't have been prouder. Was my father ever proud of me? I'm not sure. Maybe he was once, when I was a child prodigy, at the top of my class without having to try. It's no fucking wonder that Kaine is the way he is. It's like, he sees his father figure in his life failing the woman who took care of him the most. And it's just like, he has this instinctive reaction to wanting to like take care of her and, you know, make sure that she's happy when father is failing as hard as he is at being a father, at being a husband. So it's like, it's no wonder that he's just determined to take care of the people around him, and the idea of them being disappointed in him or feeling like he failed them in his ability to take care of them, that would be the worst. That'd be the absolute worst for him. I can absolutely understand that. Oh, there's my reminder. Yeah, put it right there. There we go. Okay. Maybe he was once when I was a child prodigy at the top of my class without having to try, but getting straight A's stops being as impressive when you enter high school. He can't be that proud of me, or he wouldn't spend all of his time in the office sleeping with his coworkers. True that. Kaine? Once again, Kaine's mother looked at her son questioningly. You really are being awfully quiet. Are you sure you're just feeling a little ill? Kaine set down his knife and fork. He didn't want to shatter the uneasy peace in the dining room, but he couldn't keep what he had seen last night to himself. Not a moment longer. Kaine, you are so strong. I wouldn't even know where to begin. I mean, God. Yeah, and this is gonna hurt her so much, but also at the same time, how do you explain that? Like, I fell into Dad's dream and I saw him having an affair? Ugh. Ooh, this is gonna be hard. It's gonna be hard. It would have felt unfair to his mother, keeping her in the dark when he knew, though Kaine wasn't sure how he knew, that his father had been playing her for a fool. Kaine knew what he had seen last night could not really have transpired, but he did not doubt similar scenes like it had. His father had betrayed the family, betrayed her. Kaine didn't know how long it had been going on for, but he couldn't cover for his father, not in good conscience. That would make him complicit in his mother's humiliation, and he loved her too much to deceive her. I can also see where the strain in their relationship's about to come from. Oh boy. Mom, this is a bit of a tricky subject, but he felt more and more ill by the moment. I think something's going on with Dad. What do you mean, dear? Well, you and I both know he's not been home very much lately, and... Oh, yes, I'm well aware, but that's because of his work. Or who he's doing at work, more like. He's been working very hard. Apparently, his current case is rather difficult. Honestly, I can never do what he does. I'm incredibly proud of how hard he works. She digging both of them into like a deeper ditch. Oh my god. If you never do what he does, that's a good thing. I don't doubt that he's been working hard. The evidence for that was all around Kaine in his lavishly furnished home. His parents' wealth was a well-known fact among his peers. His home was a nice one, grand but not ostentatious, and spacious alongside it. He was very lucky, really, but at the moment, he didn't feel it. A tiny shack filled with a family that loved each other suddenly seemed much more priceless than a big house filled with deception. He's been doing more than just working. I think you and I both know that. Yes, well, I know he stops by the bar sometimes before coming home to drink, but I'd hardly begrudge him for that. No man can work all the time, it'll wear him out. He deserves to let off some steam. It ain't the bar that he's doing that with. Oh boy. If drinking was his only vice, I'd agree with you, but... Mom, Kaine swallowed. There's no easy way to say this, nor any means to lessen the blow which would befall his mother. And honestly, the fact that it's up to a fucking high school boy to have to say this is, like, the worst. The amount of faith she had in her husband was astounding, but there was something sad about it, too. Like a desperate act of faith, really. Yeah. Whether or not it's even a true one, or she's just trying her damnedest to, like, convince herself of that. But Kaine's about to break that fake faith. Oh god, this is gonna hurt. She really does trust him. I guess she must love him a lot. Though why, I have no idea. I don't want to have to say this. I don't want to break her heart. Why do I have to be the one to do this? Exactly, why do you have to be the one to do this? If she has any inkling of an idea that her husband is cheating on her... Oh god, if she's gonna be pissed off at Kaine about this, I'm gonna be pissed off. You shouldn't have to leave it to your fucking teenage son to have to say the truth that you maybe already know, if not at least suspect. I can't imagine she's naive enough to really believe that it's completely innocent what's going on here. Especially if her and Kaine now are like in a strained relationship. Yeah. She'll probably react more aggressively, having her delusions of everything being okay shattered. Yep. It's not like she would blame her husband, at least not immediately anyway. Oh boy, oh god. I don't want to continue. I'm about to feel pain for Kaine. Pain and Kaine. Why do they gotta fucking rhyme? Nothing but pain in my heart for Kaine. This might sound crazy, but last night I saw something. Something? Yeah, I saw Dad, and he wasn't alone. He was with another woman. I think she's his employee? Maybe a secretary? I don't know all the details, but Kaine held his mother's gaze. He paused, mustering the courage required to continue. Then, before he could lose his nerve, he said, I'm pretty sure that Dad's been cheating on you. Silence filled the room, a terrible, thick silence. I'm sorry, Mom, but I saw it. Dear, I think you must be imagining things. Ah, look at the time. You'll be late for school. Here's this deflection, so... She definitely had to have been, like, suspecting at the very fucking least. If not, like, pretty damn convinced. This feels like that. Like, oh, I know what's going on, but I have done my damnedest to convince myself that it's not. And how dare you try and break my delusion. So let me deflect. She smiled, but there was no happiness there. All Kaine could do was stand, nod, and swing his bag over his shoulder. At least she didn't get like super pissed off at him or something like I was worried about. But then again, after dealing with Asher, you can't really blame me for being worried that that was going to be the case. He walked to the door, then looked back over towards his mother. She looked awfully small, sitting at the dining table, all on her own. Kaine hadn't slept much the night prior, but as it soon transpired, he wasn't the only one. Noah looked similarly weary when Kaine met up with him early that morning. Noah's hair was rumpled and his face looked far too pale. Is he alright? Maybe he stayed up too late last night. And the fact that the first thing he's thinking about is, like, concern for Noah. Kaine. Oh, was he with August? Ugh, that hurts even more. I wonder what they were doing. Kaine did not ponder this for too long, however, and neither did he ask. He wasn't sure if he wanted to know. Instead, with a light smile, he said, Well, look what the cat dragged in. Or her? Noah looked at Kaine with bleary eyes, his lips pressed together. What are you talking about? You sure took your sweet time getting ready this morning. You kept me waiting. If we don't book it, we'll be late for school. Oh. Noah checked his phone. Then he frowned. You're right. Yeah, sorry. I'm usually right. Sure you are. Asshole. Aw, you know me so well. Kaine grinned, then nudged Noah good-naturedly in the side. Why were you so late, though? What kept you? And why do you look so tired? I had a busy night. Well, I figured. What was he busy doing, though? It doesn't help that my mom was getting on my case this morning, either. She was busy trying to marry me off to some stranger. What? Yeah, honestly, what the fuck? You're still in high school. Assuming this is modern day, what the fuck? Kaine stared at Noah, his eyes wide. Of all the things he could have said, I wasn't expecting that. I know his mom's pretty strict, but she can't mean to marry him off, surely. This is the 21st century, that's what I'm saying. Who arranges marriages in this day and age? You heard me. Noah replied unhappily, still frowning. She wants me to get hitched. I heard you, yeah, but that doesn't mean I understand you. What the hell do you mean? She wanted to introduce me to Dad's boss's daughter. Or something. Dude. I knew his mom was strict, but geez, that's some next level controlling shit right there. That's a hell of a thing to spring on somebody, especially over the breakfast table. I know, right? I could hardly eat. Why would she think I give a shit about our family's name or whatever enough to marry whoever she tells me to? Ugh, I feel sick just thinking about it. I take it you aren't too enthused about it then? What do you think? Noah sighed. I don't even know this girl. I've never met her before. Why the hell do I want to spend the rest of my life with her? Good point. Instead, spend the rest of your life with me, Kaine. I'd be freaking the fuck out if I were in your shoes right now. Believe me, I am freaking the fuck out. Yeah? Dude, you're looking calm as ever on the outside. I would never have guessed. Or I never would have guessed. I hate how my ADHD sometimes flips words in my head. Like, it still makes sense, but it's not what was written there. Or I'll exchange a word for another that, once again, will make sense in the sentence, but it's not what's written. And then I only notice it, like, after I hit enter and the sentence goes away, and I'm like, I don't want to reread it. That's only on the outside. Internally, I'm screaming. Not gonna lie, I kind of want to see that on the outside, too. You want me to just start screaming? Yeah, why not? We can both start screaming. It'd probably fucking relieve so much stress. Alright, maybe not here, or people will think I'm murdering you in the mountains. Good point. Anyway, what the fuck, dude? If this is a shock to me, it must have been 100 times worse for you. I couldn't think of anything worse than you, or well, anyone ending up in one of those loveless marriages just for status. But hey, you'll always have me. Even if they sell you off to be a trophy husband, I can be your piece on the side. What? He's blushing. He's thinking about it, though. Noah stared at Kaine. A blush spread across his face, cherry red, and he scowled. I'm not actually going to get married. I'll never go through with it, no matter how much my mother presses me, so you don't have to worry there. Uh-oh. What's this? What's happening? Oh. One of my work alarms was going off on my phone. Forgot to turn that off. But it is now 6 a.m. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Just my mic here. Okay. And I absolutely am not having you as a piece on the side. Haha, shot down, and so thoroughly. I'm almost offended. Anyone would be lucky to get a piece of this. Kaine laughed, then jabbed Noah in the side with his elbow. Alright, how's about this? I could always wear a little maid dress, and that'll help sweeten the deal. Again, I would pay to see that. Where's my Kaine in a maid's dress CG, huh? Huh? Would you like that? I don't even want to think about it. I really might be sick then. Aw. Kaine pouted. You're no fun. Did you know that? Yeah, you've told me that once or twice. Yet here you are, still hanging around me. You make me look cooler. Shut up, asshole. God, when I do get married. If I get married, rather. I'd only want to do it for love. I don't even care if my family disowns me. I'm not going to marry whoever they tell me to just to keep them happy. That's no way to live. You really are such a romantic, aren't you? Didn't I tell you to shut up? Kaine and Noah continued their walk through the mountains, past the trees and bushes which fringed the dirt path. August usually walked to school with them to complete their trio, but it seemed he had gone on ahead today. It makes sense, given Noah had been pretty late out of the house. Still, Noah spent all evening with him, didn't he? I wonder why he didn't hang... Or why... What? Blah, blah, blah. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. It's only been 6 hours. Come on, brain. Let's go. I wonder why he didn't hang about for him. Why he didn't hang about. Why he didn't hang around for him? Might have been better. Does that mean things went badly between them? Or does it... Or does it mean things went a little too well and he's embarrassed now? Man. Kaine spoke up, his voice mingling with his footsteps, largely as a means to break the silence which had fallen between himself and his friend. I wish I could stand up to my parents like you do. I thought you were close with your parents. Well, with my mom, I guess. Right up until the point where I told her dad was probably having an affair, I mean. I don't know if she's very happy with me now. Not that I stuck around to find out. That'll be a fun thing to come home to. My dad's a different matter altogether. He's such a hard ass. Well, you're like the perfect son, so he can't be disappointed. Hard for him to be disappointed if he's not around, I guess. He wants me to go into finance or law or something, you know? I mean, I get it pays well, but it just sounds so boring. He thinks any other career path would be a waste. It's like he doesn't care about, or care that I don't want to be stuffed into some boring governmental job for the rest of my life. And that's exactly what happened. Oh, Kaine! Kaine! My love! And my mom's no better, actually, with that. I told her I wasn't too sold on the idea that... but she said I should listen to my dad. He's a wise man, Kaine. He knows best. That's what she told me when I complained. But he can't be all that wise, otherwise he wouldn't be messing around with women half his age in the office. It sucks, though. There's so much to do in the world. I don't want to spend my life rotting away in a boring old office. I think I'd rather die, actually. I want to do something that'll make a difference, you know? Or something where I get to talk to a lot of people. Or, well, it's a pipe dream. But I'd like to cook more. Kaine's voice trailed off. No, I hadn't, he realized, responded to any of his comments, not even with a nod or the head, with a nod of the head or a I know how to say this word. Monosyllabic? Monosyllabic. There we go. Gotta wrap my mouth around that word. Me. A-E-I-O-U. Okay. Water. The place I live at is very, very dry. So, like, more chapstick. My fucking mouth gets dry so easily in this place. I never had these issues when I lived in California. Even though that place was dry too. I don't know. Or maybe it's just because I got old. Who knows? I'm a dried out old husk. Ugh. Noah hadn't, he realized, responded to any of his comments, not even with a nod of the head or a monosyllabic. I just worked this word out. Monosyllabic. Or a monosyllabic. Just to show that he was still listening. His eyes were glazed and looked unfocused, his head turned away from Kaine. Once again, I got that heartache that just, like, burns through my chest. Oh, God. God. He's confiding in you and you're not even listening. Is he thinking about something? Hey, dude. Kaine nudged Noah in the side. Are you even listening? Huh? Loser say what? What? Ha. Kaine laughed, then shook his head. That hasn't worked since we were in elementary school. You really walked into it. Oh, Noah frowned. He looked perturbed. Was he blushing? I'm sorry, I was just thinking about something. Like what? Kaine thought he had a decent enough idea of what was weighing on Noah's mind, but it didn't hurt to ask. Well... Noah tried to brush Kaine's question off, but Kaine didn't let him. I'm not gonna let him wriggle away from me that easily. Kaine pressed Noah again until, eventually, Noah broke down. I guess I can tell you, but don't tell anyone, okay? Not anybody at school, and definitely not my family. Yeah, this is probably what I think it is. It's gotta be about August. Oh well, I guess I should consider myself lucky that he trusts me enough to tell me. Even if I had to nudge him a little. I'll just need to try and look suitably surprised when he spills the beans. Spills the beans. Why would I tell anybody anything? You can trust me. You should know that. I'm the same. You can tell me anything. And chances are, I will always keep that secret for you because I will forget it. I'll forget you told me that secret. So your secret is safe with me because I will immediately just into the wind. There it goes. If that isn't enough reassurance, however, Kaine grinned. Do you want a pinky promise on it? Please. Noah scoffed. Do I look 5 years old to you? Do you really want me to answer that? Wow. Maybe I won't tell you. No, I really need to tell someone. I mean, August and I, well, Noah inhaled. Then, after mustering his courage, he said, we kissed last night. Oh, no. A silence descended, deeper than the ocean. Kaine had preempted this confession, but he hadn't realized hearing it would make him feel so staggered. I already knew that he liked August. It was obvious. This was a long time coming. So why does it hurt so much? Oh god, it hurts me. It hurts me. Kaine! Kaine! Kaine? Noah looked at Kaine uneasily, unsettled perhaps by the silence. Are you, alright? What? Oh, yeah. Kaine shook his head, then flashed Noah a smile. Well, this is a good thing, right? Is this something you wanted? Yeah, I guess. Heh. Kaine smiled, then ruffled the top of Noah's head. Oh, God, my chest. Oh, the like, nerve endings are all, like, on fire and in pain. The heartache is real, man. The heartache is real. Bro. Kaine's going through a tough time. And now he's getting, like, heartache on top of that. Oh, God. You don't sound too sure, but maybe that's because this is so new to you. It feels like it happened so suddenly. I feel happy but confused, to be honest. I'll bet. I'm sure you'll get the hang of it in time, though. Dating, I mean. You're crazy about August, and it's obvious he likes you a lot, too, so I'm sure things will work out well. They have to. Kaine inhaled. He's gonna say I'm happy for you, isn't he? The air caught in his throat. He felt like he might choke. But for Noah's sake, he had to keep going. I'm his best friend. I can't afford to disappoint him. He might have August now, but he still needs me. Happy for you, Noah. Oh, God. Oh, boy. Oh. Hey, Ace. Thank you for the raid. Welcome, raiders. I am suffering. I'm suffering. Oh, boy. Oh. My heart hurts. It hurts. Oh, lordy. Also, I just realized I'm going to have to fix the Firebot one. I'll fix that later. Bunny raid. Welcome, welcome. Wonder where your clip will be. Okay, did the shadow. That's good. Are we having a staring contest? Is that what's happening? Because it's going to turn into a jump scare? Hello, this clip? What an interesting clip it chose. Oh boy, okay, let's read your shout out from Frosty Tools. This bunny girl's been spotted in the digital underworld, hopping between 3D and 2D realms. Just another small streamer, or is there something more? What's behind that 18+ curtain? I wonder. Are there really just testing tings? Or is it all a ruse? Keep your eyes peeled, doll. This case ain't closed yet. Oh, that's right. I changed it to like noir detective speech. Also, what did you miss? Me dying over Kaine. Literal heartbreak is happening right now. Like, I'm actually feeling it in my chest. I'm dying. I'm dying. Right. Oh god, I'm happy for you, Noah. Oh. He said it. He said it. He's such a good friend, but oh, it hurts. It hurts. You don't think I'm weird? Did I ever say that? Kaine grinned. I think you're plenty weird, but that has nothing to do with this. There's nothing wrong with liking guys, especially not a guy like August. Half of the girls in our class are in love with him. I wouldn't be surprised if a few guys are too. Why wouldn't they be? He's really great. God. He's even going so far to like hype up Noah. Or, yeah, hype up Noah about him dating August. It's just like, ugh, God. God. Kaine. Kaine. You are such secondary male lead syndrome in like a physical form. This is why I'm getting you your man. You're getting your happy ending if I have to like kill for it. Oh my god, okay. Yeah, he is. Noah smiled, but it was a tentative smile, one which was marred by a blush. Together, Noah and Kaine walked through the mountains, their footfalls dull and heavy against the uneven ground. Kaine tried to make small talk with Noah as he walked, but his heart, all of a sudden, wasn't into it. His strained vision from last night with his father had already been weighing on him, but this was yet another burden to add to his ever-increasing load. So, Noah and August, huh? It's not a surprise that things turned out this way, but... oh god, my heart. Eventually, Kaine and Noah made their way to the school gates. Kaine meant to head inside, but Noah hung back, his expression dubious. What happens now? Kaine glanced at Noah, a well-meaning query on his lips when... oh, this fucker. I'm actually going to save it right here. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna exit out here. Because we've been in Dreambound for quite a while. I would like to get to the other ones. I'll change this to... what are we doing next? The Divine Speaker, that's right.